Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Escape to Nature. And thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. As always, we are in the beautiful Okokoyo, and it really never gets old here with this stunning scenery. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And I'm very excited to be on this journey with all of you. Remember, we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from you. This is your safari, so please do send us any questions, comments, suggestions, anything you would like to chat about today. Or perhaps if there's anything in particular that you would like us to look for, we will definitely do so. But it is just an absolute peaceful day here in Okokoyo. We've had some springbok come around. Of course, we've got our Egyptian goose family, our beautiful little grebe that are always present. And then way in the background, I think we've got some zebras. Either zebras or springbok. Let us have a look-see. Indeed, some springbok that are around, just strutting their stuff as always, and getting some of those green grass. But as you can see, it is beautiful and sunny here in Okokoyo. We expect nothing less. But what do I know? Let us have a look at today's weather forecast. Woohoo! It is going to be a hot day, so the animals will not have a choice other than to come to the water hole. Hopefully, goodness. Happyfully. Maybe we should make that a word. But we will definitely see what we can find today. Yesterday we did have some baby wildebeest, which of course I was super excited about. And if it is your first time on Escape to Nature, we literally just take a journey, of course, through the beautiful African bush, or in our case, the African rocks. And just take it easy, listen to everything. We don't have to rush to sightings. We just absolutely immerse ourselves in nature and see what we can find. But if we don't find anything, we just appreciate all of the sounds that Mother Nature has to offer. Just going to see if I can find our Egyptian goose family, because I do like to check in with them and make sure all of the little ones are still safe. Geraldine, good morning. You are saying Happy New Week. Thank you for the reminder. I actually did not realize it's Monday. Happy New Week to you too. And I am excited with all of you too. Please do send through any questions, comments, anything you might have, just like Geraldine. We honestly love hearing from you. And of course, this is after all your safari. So I would love to know what you would like to know or would have me look for. I'm just looking for the Egyptian geese. Ha! There you are. Cannot escape the Lisa. Alrighty family, I need you to move because I need to do a count. Make sure all of the little ones are still accounted for. Of course, we've got 6 Egyptian goslings. And unfortunately, they are vulnerable to raptors, predators, anything really. Out here, it's a scary world, whether we find ourselves in Okokoyo or in Djuma or in Madikwe, wherever we are. anything is, of course, always possible out here. Good morning, Lapwing. He also just wants us to know that he is accounted for. Thank you for checking in. We will not mark you as absent today. Just trying to see if I can see the goslings. Everything camouflages so well amongst these rocks. You would think that they immediately stand out because they are, of course, white rocks, but that is not at all the case. Even the springbok, the zebras, even if they are far away, they can camouflage really well. And believe it or not, even something as big as elephants and rhinos do camouflage super well in this area. Ooh, there's one. Come. I need to count y'all. Stephen, good morning. You would like to know if the Egyptian geese stay in the water or in their nest at night. So I mean specifically with the little ones, believe it or not, even though they are used to the water, of course, you know, anywhere you find yourself, the temperatures will drop at night. So for the most part, the parents won't really go in the water at night, but they also don't necessarily stay on the nest that the eggs hatched on. They'll just stay somewhere close to the water so that if they need to evade something, they can always just go into the water. But of course, they are able to fly as well. So if need be, they can definitely do that. But for the most part, the little ones will actually lie very close to the adults. We see it during the daytime as well, just to sort of have that protection from them. But as I've been saying, you know, for the past 5 days, it's been so cool to see the change from the parents to the goslings as well, in terms of, you know, how independent the little ones have already become, how far they are allowed to venture from the adults. And it really does change every single day. You can see the adults becoming more comfortable with sort of letting the little ones wander off, but of course not too far, because as I said, they are always at risk of being caught by a raptor, an owl, a jackal even. So it's always good to just keep them close by, but they will always be close to water should they need to go into the water for in case of emergency. I don't know about all of you and where you find yourself, but it is not back to school for us yet. So perhaps the little ones are also still on vacation, enjoying the last bit of opportunity just to be able to sleep in. Oh, there we go. Oh no, never mind. Thought we're going down for a nap. Let us have a look-see and see what else is around.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in the Dikway, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Harold, good morning. You would like to know what the goslings eat around this waterhole. You know, it's a mystery to me too, because of course Egyptian geese are seed eaters, and we do see them feeding, you know, throughout the whole day, moving in and around the waterhole. But I mean, jeez, it doesn't look like there's much to eat here, does it? But no, they do feed on seeds and things, which obviously, you know, again gets dispersed by not only the wind, but by other animals as well. Just like always, Mother Nature truly is so incredible, you know, when it comes to all of the systems and everything that spreads throughout. For instance, elephants, of course, you know, are also very good transporters of seeds and fruits and all of that. But no, they actually eat seeds. I cannot tell you which seeds. I have not yet been able to to see them picking it up literally. Because of course, as I say, they blend in so well with the rocks. But for us to physically see that would be a little bit tricky. But do not fret. They are in good condition. They get their food. And let's see if we can actually count them now, hopefully. Well, I see 2. There were supposed to be 6, so hopefully all 6 of them are still here. And it really is, I always feel so fortunate and privileged, you know, to be able to do this and to get to know the different animals and the dynamics and the different families. I wish I could get to know the elephants a little bit more. If they would just show themselves a little bit more. And of course the lions. But just like anything else that we see, not only on the dam cameras, but in general, that we see on safari at our various locations, is always such a blessing. It is not our right, but our privilege to be able to do this and to just spend some time with the animals. 1, 2, 3. We've got 3. And you can see already, as I mentioned, how independent they are, doing their thing, walking around. And again, just for me personally, in the past 5 days, you can really see a change in their size already. Jeez, I feel like I'm playing Where's Wally? And again, you know, everything in nature just absolutely has a purpose. Because one would think animals wouldn't really want to survive or adapt here and live here. But if you look at this situation in particular, of course, you can see how quickly those little ones just disappear. So if need be, they can always hide in that manner as well. Ooh, is it swim time? I hope so. I see. Is that a lapwing or a gosling? Oh, it is a lapwing. I apologize. I got excited. I had my flippers on, ready for the swim. Aiden, good morning. You would like to know what bird guides I use for South Africa. So I use, the very first thing I usually grab if I quickly want to ID a bird is what I call my Bush Bible. It's called Bushveld. And it literally has a section for birds, mammals, tracks, signs, flowers, butterflies, literally everything in one book. But that does not have all of the birds of South Africa. That is just pertaining mainly to the Lowveld. And then I also have the Roberts Bird app on my phone, which is super, super nifty because it gives you anything from the distribution of a bird to the movements that they have, you know, if they are migratory birds, to how many eggs they lay, what they feed on, what their calls are, what their different plumages are from breeding season to juvenile to adult. So those are my go-tos. But of course, you know, there are various ones. You get brilliant bird books that are also a very, very good reference. But as I say, those are generally my two that I rely on. And it really does help a lot. I've been noticing since I've been back at Wild Earth. Because I was actually not bushbound for about approximately a year. And you know, you do tend to lose a little bit of knowledge if you are not practicing on the day and making sure you keep up with everything that might be going on. And I found that with myself especially. When I would visit my mom's got this huge garden, so she would have a lot of birds in her garden, you know, of course, coming for the various plants and flowers and seeds and everything. And often I found myself, I should know this bird, but I don't. So those are my two guides that I generally rely on. But as I say, there are various bird books that are all brilliant that you can definitely use, and they are not that expensive. But as always, just like anything else, Google is also my friend. And the thing that I always say about birds, of course, these are Egyptian geese. It's a very common species throughout Africa. But for me specifically, when I'm on safari, it's always so exciting when you have guests that say, listen, if you hear about a lion sighting, it's great and all, and if we have time, we'll do that. But find us birds. And you literally sometimes, I found myself on a 7-hour safari just doing birds. We had an elephant sighting as well, funny enough, a leopard sighting as well in that safari. But as I say, our main focus was birds, and that is the cool thing about birding, is they are always around. A leopard is not always around, a lion is not always around, even impalas aren't always around. But wherever you find yourself, there will always be birds. And it truly is so fascinating. For me personally, I've really enjoyed watching this specific Egyptian goose family, because it's fascinating. I think we'll probably see it now, but you'll see as the little ones feed, there will always be one adult that also feeds, and the other adult will always be on the lookout, which is really cool. Again, it's something that we know happens in nature, but it's not something you necessarily always see. Well, just look at those fluffy bums. I see 5. We need 1 gosling. See if you can count 6 goslings. And if you were not with us yesterday, I saw my very first bee eaters. Unfortunately, it wasn't live, and I was not able to ID them because it was really far away in a tree. But it was definitely bee eaters, which was my first time here in Ukokoyo. And of course, this is the season for the migratory birds, specifically in Ukokoyo, because we've got the rain season here from January to March, potentially April. But that is your main season for birding in this area. But of course, these Egyptian geese, this is a species that is common, as well as the blacksmith lapwing. And therefore, you'll always find them around. I'm just trying to... It's really tricky to count them. I see 5, but I'm just looking for the last one. So there are 3 on the grass patch here, close to the water. Then I see 2 adults, 2 youngsters with an adult on the right, top right. Come on, little one, where are you? Oh, good morning, butterfly. And I wonder with the lapwings, with the geese, because for instance the other day we saw banded mongoose, banded banded mongoose. Well, technically they are banded because they're gregarious. We saw banded mongoose that were actually digging up eggs. And I always wonder, specifically with the birds, because birds are, not all of them, but they are obviously not like reptiles that just, lay their eggs and then sort of leave them. They do stay with them, but I wonder if they go through a process of grief. Even these adults, if they were to lose one of these goslings to perhaps an eagle or a jackal or something like that, I wonder if they actually experience grief and know that they have lost that. I remember one of my most memorable sightings was of an impala female that lost her lamb on Christmas morning. But I will tell you all about that in a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Nick in Kariga, who's also busy with some birds.
Good morning from Kariga Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. From the dry conditions to nice lush green environments with a few more birds. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. Oh, we've got some lovely yellow-billed ducks here and blacksmith lapwing in the background. And it is absolutely cooking today. It's warm. And I think the mud wallows and the water holes are going to be the place to be today. Our weekend at the waterhole may have finished, but I think we're going to continue by the water. This heat is going to attract so much life down towards the waterholes here. So I think this is where we're going to stay. Remember, for these yellow-billed ducks, if they start to get hot, they can just plop back into the water, cool down, smile and wave. Yeah, I can see them all doing a little bit of preening. And they've definitely been doing some feeding this morning in our sunrise safari, while the temperatures have been nice and cool. You can see we've got a Hoddy-Dar ibis starting to join the crowd here. So lovely mixture of species here. He's coming down for a drink. Jaden, thanks for the question. No, their beaks are not yellow for any type of reason. That's just the color of their bill. You look at certain other insects and even frogs and things like that. If they've got very brightly colored bills, or not bills rather, but brightly colored sort of skins or anything like that, that usually means there's a good chance that they're toxic. That's a sign of letting everyone else know, don't come after me. So we call that aposematic coloration. But for these yellow-billed ducks, no, they're not toxic or poisonous or anything like that. That's just the color that their beaks are. You look at something like a banded rubber frog. That's a bit of a poisonous frog, that one. So it's a black frog with very bright orange splashes all over it. Look at your monarch butterfly, very bright orangey color. That's letting everyone know, hey, I'm toxic. Don't try and take me down. Remember those monarch butterflies, when they're caterpillars, they're feeding off of the milkweed leaves, and those have got toxins inside them, and those caterpillars are able to assimilate those toxins and they themselves become toxic to other things. You think of something like a bee eater. A bee eater would snatch up a little butterfly. But no, not for these yellow-billed ducks. It is a stunning yellow though, very, very bright. And I'm sure as the day progresses and temperatures continue to rise, we'll hopefully get some rhinos coming down to the waterhole, giraffe, buffalo possibly. Remember, those buffaloes are very water dependent. Oh, we should have lots of activity here today, I'd say. Oh, so remember the maintenance of feathers is very important for all of the birds. And these yellow-billed ducks are just going to be combing through the feathers, making sure there's nothing on there. Remember, they've got some oils and things that help to repel water. And we've got another little birdie come to join us here. It's a reed cormorant. He's obviously been doing a little bit of feeding for the morning. He's nice and wet. Maybe he's coming out to dry off a little bit. In terms of size, this reed cormorant, a little bit smaller. You compare him to something like a white-breasted cormorant. White-breasted cormorant is going to be significantly bigger than this. Four different species of birds in one frame. That's great. It's awesome. Sorry, Samuel, is aposematic coloration, and I'll just get your question again there, the same thing. There we go. Samuel, I've got your question. Are camouflage and aposematic coloration the same thing? No, they're not the same thing. So aposematic coloration is not really a form of camouflage. It's pretty much the opposite. Camouflage, you're trying to blend in with your environment. Aposematic coloration, you're trying to tell another animal or bird or whatever it is by color, by visual cues, that you are toxic, that you are poisonous. So usually your aposematic coloration stands out from the environment vividly. You look at this scene that we've got here, a color like, let's just use these yellow-billed ducks for example. The color yellow is standing out a lot. Let's just bear in mind that they're not toxic, these ducks, but we're just using them as an example. That yellow doesn't blend in with the environment well at all. So they are two completely different things. But that's a great question. Thank you. You can see our hardy does come down for a little bit of a drink. Yeah, and we've been seeing our white storks moving around this area a little bit as well. We'll see if we could potentially film them later if we can find them. But they'll also be doing some preening today, much like these ducks and this reed cormorant are doing. Remember, for a lot of the storks, they'll have a sort of a preening gland closer to the chest, and they'll get some of the oils and things from that gland. They'll gather it with the tip of their beak and then comb their feathers with their beak and those oils, helping to just keep them clean, keep up the condition of them. See, we've got a few more yellow-billed ducks there. And grey heron and sacred ibis. So this heron's been moving around all the peripheries of Scotia Dam here, just having a look to see if there's any little frogs, little tadpoles or anything like that. It's been relatively successful. Something's caught its interest there. Look at that bill, dagger-like bill. Very well developed and good shape for stabbing things, fish, frogs, whatever it may be. Jessica, thanks for the question. Are grey herons migratory? No, they're not migrants. They are one of our birds that will stay here for the whole year. Goliath herons will stay here. Most of our heron species are not migratory. You look at bee-eaters. We talked about bee-eaters catching butterflies and things like that. Certain species of bee-eaters are migratory. You look at your carmine bee-eater, it's a migratory species. European bee-eater, blue-cheek bee-eater. Something like your little bee-eater will stay here all year round. Our yellow-billed ducks will stay here. Our sacred ibis will stay here. Trying to have a look to see if this ostrich is in fact drinking or just doing a little bit of feeding there. Just gonna take you across here. It looks like we do have an ostrich coming down to drink this side of the waterhole. Oh, look at that. That's amazing to see. Our yellow-billed ducks weren't so brave to stay there, but our reed cormorant is quite happy. Let's have a look and see if what he gets up to. There is a female who's kind of just behind him here. There she is. You can see how her wings are dropped a little bit. So that's one of the displays to the males. Let's see if she comes down and drinks here. Look at her reflection on the water. Yeah. Lovely. See if we can possibly get both of them in the frame. There we go. Let's have a look and see if he gives us a display to this female here at all. Remember, when the males display very close like this, they go down to the ground and move their head almost in like a corkscrew fashion. He wasn't impressed. Yeah, I think she's just assessing what's happening around. Little peck or two at some of the grasses there, but I'd imagine that she's most likely going to have a drink as well, similar to that male that we saw. Ah, definitely all happening here. I wonder how long our reed cormorant, and you can see we've now got some Egyptian geese here as well, how long they're actually going to stay here for. There is a buffalo starting to make its way down here. I imagine they'll get a fright and move off pretty rapidly. Buffalo still a little distance off, but I'll pan across just now when it gets closer. That reed cormorant is very tolerant, huh? It's so interesting to watch. Man, a buffalo is a big-bodied animal. You know, the buffalo is just coming down for water, but I mean, you look at a lot of other birds, they kind of shuffle a little bit when bigger animals come. Yeah, so you look at something like our buffalo is very water dependent. On a day like this, they're going to need to drink at least twice a day. You compare that to something like the eland that we've been seeing. They're much better adapted in dry environments, conserving water. And this buffalo, they're eating long grasses. Those are their favorite grasses. Very fibrous, so to break down a lot of that fiber in the grasses, they will need to drink vast amounts of water. Well, off our buffalo goes. You can see some of the ripples forming from that goose moving in there. That looks like the male right at the back and then the female closer to us. Just feeding on some of those little plants and things there, similar to what the yellow-billed ducks will be looking for. Janet, to frame up birds in the water, depends what they're doing. You know, if they're giving a nice display, kind of in the center of the frame is always relatively nice, close in crop. But if they are swimming, that sort of rule of the thirds concept, we divide your picture into thirds, vertically and horizontally, and give them a bit of space to swim into. If they are into the water or at the waterhole like this, you often see birds flying towards the waterhole. You can do a similar thing there with them coming into land. Oopsie, but it is quite tricky when you kind of zoomed in close like this to keep it stable while the bird is moving all over the place. But these Egyptian goose have definitely got the right idea, just to hang around the waterhole on a day like this when it's so hot. You can see the beautiful wake that they're leaving there. You have to zoom in a bit closer, that would be a nice shot. Ryan, there is a potential chance that he could. In terms of the dancing, of the displaying, males will kind of display to other males sometimes, and then obviously to females at other points in time. So there is a chance. There's other two ostrich that we saw earlier, the female and the male, have kind of moved away from the dam now. So the likelihood of this chap doing that right now is not all too high, but there is a potential chance, yes. Remember, for this ostrich that we're looking at, if it continues to heat up and he's really starting to feel the heat, he might even get into the water just on the edges there. Soak his wings a little bit, cool his legs down. Remember, he's very well adapted for heat. No feathers on the legs, bearish neck as well. You can see our reed cormorant just went underwater there, looking to see if it can find anything. And our yellow-billed ducks are slowly starting to reduce their movements to and fro. And we've got a white stork that's come down now. Also feeling the heat a little bit. Come to cool down, have a little bit of a drink. I read the script perfectly. We were talking about him not even 5 minutes ago. So remember, in terms of cooling themselves, you look at some storks, they will even urinate on their legs to cool down. You look at a marabou stork. He's definitely not known for his good looks. You know, he's got like scraggly hairs around his head. There's often little bits of blood and stuff, because remember, they will feed on carcasses of sort of dried up blood and things around his head. And then he's also got sort of reddish, pinkish legs, similar to this white stork. But he will quite often you'll find a marabou stork with kind of whitish, not pure white, obviously, little bits and bobs here and there, whitish legs. That's the giraffe. That's the marabou stork urinating on his legs to keep cool. It's one of his adaptations. Oh, pretty rough sort of technique, but if it works for him, it works for him. The end justifies the means.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Welcome to Juma. Nick, I am very, very jealous of you. I've only seen eland on the dam cams, which was in Ukukoyo, and that has only been 2 times. So I also would love to see some eland. But for now, we have a different antelope. We've got 2 beautiful waterbuck females. We had an impala as well that was trying to chat these ladies up. But with no avail, of course. And you can see they are just enjoying the shade. And if you are not familiar with these beauties, it's one of my favorite antelope. They are very, very fascinating for various reasons. But they are literally called waterbuck because it's a super water independent animal. They don't do well if they dehydrate, so they will always be as close to a water source as possible. But they are also, of course, known, for running into water if chased by lions or another predator. And they are far less predated on by predators as opposed to other antelope. And there's various reasons for that. A lot of people hypothesize that it's due to the secretion gland that they have. Of course, they can secrete a very, very foul smell, or an oil that releases a very foul smell. And often that sort of puts off a predator, but they're also very shaggy animals. And it's a very sturdy animal. It's very difficult to see now. But they are rather large, not as big as an eland, for instance, but way bigger than an impala and an inyala. And these are one of the antelopes that just the males have horns. I call the males the African reindeers. But as you can see, they are just busy enjoying the shade. Those oxpeckers are enjoying cleaning them and of course getting fed in the process, but these females are just busy regurgitating, saving some energy. They'll probably get up a bit later and then continue grazing, and then probably head deeper into the bush, as it is a pretty hot and humid day here today in Djuma. Lydia, good morning. You would like to know if not having horns makes them more vulnerable to predators. So yes and no. I mean, essentially, all animals have something to defend themselves. If you look at, for instance, the oryxes and the springboks and those animals that we find in more open areas, both male and females have horns, and that is also to defend their young. But as I say, waterbuck is a fairly sturdy animal, but for the most part, let's say for instance lions were to come for these females now, they will actually run into water and try and evade the cats as much as they can. I've had various sightings of that actually, where lions have gone for waterbuck. I've had a sighting where a waterbuck made it to an island in a waterhole. And unfortunately, the lions never left. A hippo kept harassing her as soon as she tried to maneuver another way around. And I think it was a good 2 or 3 days. Eventually, that female unfortunately starved. Because they can regurgitate, but you can only regurgitate so much. I know there's also been a sighting on this particular reserve I'm referring to, where again it was lions going for waterbuck, and literally just as she bolted into the river, a crocodile got a hold of her. So they are definitely she's just being harassed by this oxpecker. There are definitely ways to evade predators, but you can only go so far. Sometimes it doesn't unfortunately always work for them. But they are very strong animals, and as I say, they do secrete a very foul smell, which of course predators will immediately also pick up on. And for the most part, that tends to put them off, but not always. And of course, it's not visible to us now, but they've got a beautiful white ring on their rear end, and often we believe that is one of their follow me signs, just like lions with the black ears, or the black behind the ears, the black tip at the tail, warthogs that erect their tails, impalas with an M on their rear end. Various things that the animals have to communicate with one another, and the waterbuck have the white ring on the rear end. People often joke and say it's the toilet seat. But you can see really, really large ears. And they've got fairly good sight, but not as good as a predator, for instance. When you see animals like this, like a kudu as well, nyalas, impalas, they've got massive ears, but of course they are mostly diurnal, which means they are mostly active during the day, and they always have to be alert. So they've got phenomenal hearing. There's the impala. You'll see a little bit of movement just behind the bush. Beautiful ram. You can hear a kingfisher, a woodlands kingfisher way in the distance, that chirr. And then this very loud bird that we can hear right at the dam camera. Those are the buffalo weavers. You see, this impala is still trying to chat up the ladies. And it is definitely becoming hotter by the hour here in Djuma. You can see it's a nice and sunny day. And hopefully that will encourage some animals to either come mud wallow, drink some water, perhaps also just come down to the water to perhaps just cool off a little bit. Woo! I don't know if you saw that. It was one of the buffalo weavers that just dive bombed a starling. I'm not sure why. And of course you fly away, you silly bird. And we've got our famous Egyptian goose couple as well with their tiny ones. If you look just next to the water, you'll see those little fluff balls. Significantly larger than our Egyptian goslings though in Ukukoyo. Just relaxing, cooling off. They'll probably go for a swim a little later. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. But as always, I will keep monitoring Djuma, make sure we don't miss out on any visitors to this beautiful waterhole. But I think for now, let's go to Ukukoyo because we've got an oryx. Finally, the world is normal again. We have not seen oryx and springbok in abundance as we generally do in quite a few days. So this is hopefully a good sign. And this beautiful antelope in the water is called an oryx, or in Afrikaans we refer to them as a gemsbok. And themselves, as well as the springbok, are the flagship species of these sort of areas. Open, arid, they can go very long without water, the oryx. They don't need to constantly drink water, but I mean, of course, if you do have the resources, then you will definitely use it. But they are very much used to the hot and humid weather. Of course, this is just like the springbok, as I mentioned. Both male and females have horns, not like the waterbuck we just saw in Djuma. And as I just mentioned with the waterbuck as well, you can see constantly listening for anything potentially that might be coming for them. But hopefully in this weather, nothing will. For their sake, I mean for our sake, it would be pretty cool to see a lion right about now. And just like many other antelopes, these guys can either be found individually like this, or you can find them in smaller herds, or you can find them in really large herds. Like in the Kalahari, you can have herds anything from 200 to 600 strong. I think the most I've counted here in Okukweo at once in one herd, from what I gathered, was about 40 individuals, and some of them already had youngsters. I know often we are asked, why do we so rarely see lions here in Okukoya? Of course, you know, they do occur in this region, and we have actually caught them a few times here on the dam camera. But even though animals acclimate, they adapt, they do definitely feel the heat as well. So it's very rarely that we'll see lions active during the day. It's happened before, but specifically hunting, you know, during this time of the day and in this hot and humid weather, they will most definitely not try. But if they were to go for something like this oryx, it will definitely be quite the scene. The oryxes are rather tenacious and resilient, and don't take nonsense. And they do succumb to the lions every now and again, but not too often, I have to say. You know, rhinos. Lions are clever animals, just like anything else in nature. They will rather go for something that is less risky. Of course, they are opportunistic, so they will go for whatever is available. But they definitely see those horns, and they know those horns and what those horns are capable of. So if they have the choice between an oryx and something easier, they would most probably go for something easier. But again, you know, that is all depending on the circumstances as well, what the opportunity is like, which one they will most likely be successful with. Oh, there's our springbok. And of course, these beautiful bush chickens we see close to the water, those are the helmeted guinea fowls. The very, very loud ones we've been hearing. And it's a little bit tricky to see now, but these birds we are currently looking at, the helmeted guinea fowl, is a very beautiful bird. Just like a lot of birds throughout Africa, these are not migratory birds or anything, but like a lot of birds, you know, they are beautifully patterned. They've got these beautiful blue heads, and then their feathers are black with white spots. Also very iconic to Africa. You can see the dragonflies and the damselflies all around. That is a good indication of summer creeping up on us properly now. And the rain season, of course, also making its approach. I don't know if you saw that terrapin on that one rock just sort of tried to catch one of them. However, I think they're a little bit big for you, buddy. I know you will try your best, but you seem tiny. Just trying to see where the goslings are. There they are. That was rather adorable. So definitely still 6 of them. 3 here to the right and then 3 off to the left. So all of them are still well, still safe, and growing up really, really fast. I like that terrapin on that rock. He's just chilling. Catherine, you would like to know why the color of goslings change when they grow. Again, there's a lot of, as humans, we interpret as much as we can and we give our reason and common logic as to why it is that way. And for the most part, we believe it's for camouflage. Just like when you look at a baby wildebeest. Of course, a grown-up blue wildebeest is dark in coloration as opposed to a baby is very light, a very light brown. Whereas with these guys, it's the same effect. They camouflage a little better, especially for something like raptors, even more so during the day. But of course, at night as well, they'll camouflage a little bit better because something like an owl would definitely also go for these tiny ones. So from what we believe, it is for camouflage. It's the same with helmeted guinea fowl. They are also truly adorable when they are tiny. And they do not look one bit like the adults. But again, that is also for camouflage because they do get taken out ultimately by birds of prey, by jackals, by monitor lizards, even crocodiles, unfortunately. And here we can actually see, Harold, if you are still with us, that goslings are now just feeding, and to us it doesn't look like much. But if you look carefully, there is elephant dung that has been spread out. Of course, elephants eat everything in the bush. So that dung then gets dispersed with the various seeds and everything in that. And again, that helps other animals. Just want to see what bird came in for landing. It's most probably a lapwing. Yes, indeed. Took off again. But it was a lapwing. And of course, elephant dung in the bush has various purposes and things that they can do. Not only for animals, but for humans as well. You can see just opposite side of the water, there is another piece of elephant dung. Because elephants, of course, are not territorial. They literally just walk and defecate as they move along. And they don't digest very well, so they only digest about 30% of what they eat. And so a lot of the other animals will actually use their dung for various things, apart from just dung beetles. But for humans, elephant dung can be used for so many things, for making paper. For me personally, as a naturalist, I always used it if I had a headache. whether I was on safari or at the lodge, because I hate pills and medicine. So what you do is you actually take some elephant dung, you light it, and then that smoke that comes out from it, if you sort of just inhale that, I promise within like literally 2 minutes my headache would disappear. And essentially, if you look at it and if you think about it, that is where true and real medicine comes from. Not the medicine we know nowadays that are so chemically induced, unfortunately, but in the olden days, of course, the Bushmen, the settlers, all of them used all of that for headaches, for so many things. As we know, vegetation, trees, flowers, they've got so many things that they can do for us, from making rope to washing our hands. A lot of things.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
And for me personally, even if I did not observe this waterhole for the past couple of days, you can definitely see a change in the actual game path as well. So if you look at this big patch of swirl that we have on our left of your screen, you'll see there's a faint swirl road that goes to the tree line. But generally that is very, very clear. You can see that as a game path, that is what the animals use. But of course there has not been a lot of activity recently, so that eventually also then becomes a bit faded, and that is also another way to track animals, of course. Game paths are brilliant things when you are actually walking in the bush. You have to be very careful though, because something can just often pounce out of nowhere, especially leopards. We've had that on a bushwalk. Luckily I was not conducting the bushwalk, so fairly scary thing to bump into on foot. But generally, for the most part, from what we learn, all game paths will either lead to a puddle or an actual water hole. So those are fairly good indicators to use in the bush to find water as well. Alrighty, well I will continue looking for some animals here in the beautiful Namibia, as well as I will keep my eye on Djuma. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Nick, who's got some beautiful buffalo.
Well, there's definitely no shortage of animals here. With this heat continuing to build up, the buffaloes have come down for a little bit of a mud wallow. You can see we've got a wildebeest moving in the background there. Yeah, I think everybody's really feeling the heat here today. Rhino resting there. And we've even got zebra, impala, and kudu right at the back. Everybody's slowly starting to filter down to the water. So I'd imagine that this is probably going to be the spot where these buffalo spend quite a lot of time. Cooling themselves down in the mud here. Always amazes me how well mud works at protecting the skin from the sun for animals like buffalo. If you look at them, they're sort of dark-colored animals, and you think just sitting out right in the open like this here, that they'd really feel the heat. But that's obviously just not the case. And see this young bull's got a nice little patch of mud on his side there. Michael, thanks for the question. Yes, both of them are dependent, water dependent. Very much so. Even though there's a big difference in size and all of that type of thing. Similar diets, and both very water dependent species. Oh wow, let me zoom across and or pan across rather and show you guys here. There is a calf that's done such a good job of putting some mud on himself here. Here he is. Got some right by his eye. He didn't do so well there. But I feel like a little calf. He's done a pretty good job there. We were talking, I think it was yesterday, a little bit about how these calves, they really breathe quite heavily. Oh no, don't go, small chap. Yeah, just as we're starting to talk about it, how you can really see their bodies moving as they breathe heavily. But he didn't want to give us a demonstration there. Yeah, this cow's also done a good job of covering herself in mud, and that calf's made a clever little move. He's resting in the shade that Mom is casting from her shadow there. Good life decision. Solid. Sure, there's lots of, I don't think you can hear it, but there's lots of sort of heavy breathing, huffing and puffing, if you want to call it that, coming from the buffalo. And there's lots of those little midges flying around today. There was literally like a swarm of them earlier. I looked behind the vehicle, quite a distance, sort of 50 meters or so. And I almost thought, I was like, is that dust or, what is that? And it was actually a swarm of those little midges. So I'm sure they're giving these buffalo a really tough time. Can see how this female's got her eyes closed. Most of the members of the herd have got their eyes closed. They don't really want those little midges anywhere close there. And we've got one brave soldier here. This male just on the left-hand side of the road. He hasn't covered himself in mud at all. He's sure, that's quite a bold move, I feel like, in the heat that we've got today. Maybe on the other side of his body he's got some mud, we just can't see it, who knows. You can see we've got a warthog in the background and some zebra there. Lovely day out and about. So this female here, just to me, looks like an absolutely cranky female. Certain buffalo just give off, I don't know, when you look at them, some look a bit more menacing than others. And when she turns to have a look at us, sort of face on, I don't know, I don't know what it is about her, that she just looks like a little bit of a buffalo I wouldn't want to mess with. Her horns are quite sort of high curling, they kind of come across and turn upwards, and quite narrow as well. You look at some other buffalo, even the cows, the horns descend, they droop slightly before coming up. Hers not really, so she's quite easy to identify, this cow. If you look carefully, you can see between her legs there, it looks like a wagtail. Yeah, she's just moved her legs so we can't see now. It looked like a wagtail, Cape wagtail, that was also resting in the shade from her shadow there. That calf doesn't look like it's enjoying life. You know, when you watch some of those old Western movies, and there's always a standoff between the two shooters, and the guns are holstered, and there's always that music in the background. I'm not going to try and give a rendition of it, but you know, that classic old Western music. I feel like we need a background beat here for this scene. Yeah, I could definitely see, you know, the two guys with their guns holstered, but their finger, or their hand rather, on the sort of the handle, on the stock of that pistol, with like a little bit of grass coming out the corner of their eye. Brian, thanks for the question. So there will be that. Oh, sorry. Let me just zoom out. This youngster, he was sleeping and he just like fell. He just fell to the side. He's daydreaming. That was classic. I wish I got that on camera. Brian, though, so we talked about the Pathfinders being the leaders, you know, in terms of those would be the females, slightly older females. In terms of determining who will be that Pathfinder, I'm not actually sure how they determine it. I mean, it's obviously going to be a female with more knowledge, but how they come to the decision that, all right, this is going to be the Pathfinder. From what I've seen, it sometimes looks like there may be sort of 2 to 3 sort of females with high authority amongst each other, but in terms of determining who that is, body language and things like that is going to be the go-to there. Then in terms of the males, in terms of asserting dominance between the males, there will be the fights, you know, your typical headbutting with each other, and the real horn-to-horn type of contact. Sure, that youngster falling over was classic. I wish I got that on camera. Can see our young zebra at the back there. Shame, looks like it's taking a little bit of strain with the heat here. Just resting on its side there, which is quite normal to see zebra kind of resting like that, but definitely not easy just resting right out in the middle of the sun like that. At least it's lying on the grass there. That's going to be a little bit softer. You can see there are quite a few little stones and things like that on the road that will definitely be a lot more uncomfortable than where he is. And then that pose of the two zebra on the left-hand side. Quite a common pose as well. You know, there's definitely going to be an element of bonding there. You can see there's physical contact between the two of them. And very much a good depiction of I'll watch your back if you watch mine. Very good chance of spotting anything, potential threats. You know, they were looking both ways. And if you look at the tail of that zebra on the right, of the group on the left, the two on the left, but that zebra on the right-hand side, how it's swishing to and fro, and kind of every now and then getting quite close to the face of that zebra on the left. That definitely helping to chase away any little flies, any little midges or anything like that. And then vice versa as well. So definitely helping each other out there. Big bull, that one, crossing the road. Maybe he's going to head towards that mud wallow and possibly even lie down there. Calf getting a little bit restless. There was a little bit of scratching going on between these other buffaloes here, but they've kind of separated now. I think it's great that we had that rain that we did. When was that? Sort of 4 days ago now. That 35 mils of rain, 3 days, 4 days ago, which really helped to replenish the sort of the water stocks, the mud of these mud wallows. Obviously, in conditions like we've got today, all of these buffalo want to manage to cool themselves down. And I think if we hadn't had that rain, I think there might have been a little bit of argy-bargy in terms of everybody being able to get some mud for themselves. This bull that we've got back left of the frame there, massive set of horns in him. Beauty. I mean, that's the sort of the genetics that you want to be passed on. Incredible set of horns that he's got. He's not so keen to play ball with us here. Did a good job of covering himself in mud, that's for sure. Saw a picture the other day that somebody had taken of a huge herd of buffalo from a helicopter, so an aerial shot, and it must have been like 800 buffaloes or something, a huge amount of them, and it was that late afternoon light kicking up a bit of dust, and everybody was on the move, and it's such an emotive picture, and so different because it's taken from the sky. Very different angle. You know, there's definitely been the rise now of a lot of drone photography. You know, obviously your drone's creating very different angles. Always touchy subjects, you know. Some people love them, other people hate them. They definitely are very noisy. I mean, it sounds like a massive horsefly moving around. But they do give you the opportunity to get some very unique pictures or even videos. I saw an amazing video the other day of a pride of lions just kind of walking, but it was very late afternoon and the sun coming from the side, and it was casting a shadow to the side, and obviously picture taken from above, and it was this beautiful combination of the lions and their shadow. Bruce, thanks for the question. In terms of the shape of buffalo horns, testosterone has no real role in the shape of those horns. That's purely going to be based on genetics, genetic material. The abundance of testosterone is not going to be playing a factor in that. You see some females who have very broad horns, others have very narrow horns. You can see this female we're looking at here in the frame, relatively narrow horns. You know, they don't really move to the side and then start to curl up. So testosterone will not be having much of an effect there. Yeah, down she goes. Yeah, but drones are definitely, it's an interesting piece of technology, you know. Like I said, your creativity, you can let it run free with a drone. And I mean, in game reserves and things like that, I'm sure a lot of you have seen lots of pictures of wildlife from drones. You can't just buy a drone and fly it around, you know. There's a lot of policies and things on a lot of game reserves to restrict the flying of drones. and it's usually prohibited. Usually amongst a reserve, maybe a social media manager might have permission to fly a drone, but even then, for that sort of social media manager, you've got to get essentially a drone's pilot license, and there's a set of theoretical exams that you've got to write, and there's a practical fly you've got to do. An assessor will come and put you through the ropes. We'll set up a whole series of tests that you've got to pass and show that you know how to adequately fly this drone. And I think it's good to have a set of rules in place with the use of drones. It allows you to cover so much area, and to prevent any type of poaching or anything like that. Remember, anybody could fly a drone into reserve, so I think it's great that there are those standards to uphold. Yeah, so like we touched on briefly, the use of drones is largely restricted in reserves because of poaching worries and things like that. And I think it definitely has some type of impact on animals. Within a reserve, you're always wanting to be as sensitive as possible to the animals. And like I said, drones are quite noisy things, and a lot of animals are sensitive to that. You look at a buffalo, their sense of hearing is very well developed, and they will know that. A lot of you have watched documentaries and sort of animal translocations from one country to another and things like that, and there's like a natural instinct, a natural fear of almost like a helicopter or an aeroplane or something like that. And a drone is a big thing in the air. So It's a bit of a touchy one, you know. I can see it from both ends. I mean, as a photographer, being able to get images from the air, it gives such a different aspect and feel to your portfolio of pictures. It really does. But I can see for the other end of the spectrum why people may not enjoy them so much. Amazing to think that that little youngster with those tiny little horns is going to develop a huge set of horns. A lot of growing, a lot of development to be done there still. And you can see for this male that we're having a look here, he's also still got a little bit of a way to go. Good set of horns on him, but if you look at the center of the horns, how there's still almost like a little furrow there that we can see. That's gonna join up. You know, that boss is still developing there, still gonna get a little bit bigger. So maybe around sort of 4 years, maybe slightly older. And look how sharp and pointed those horns are there. So you combine the fact that it's a strong animal, you combine that with the sharpness of those horns, you can see why they can do so much damage. That little calf scratching up against that female's back, probably mom's back. And when adrenaline fuels the system of a buffalo, you know, if something like a lion is there and it infuriates a buffalo, I'm sure a lot of you have seen clips and videos of things turning on the lion, and you know, the sometimes the unfortunate sight of a lion being gored by a buffalo. You can see just how potent that weaponry is. While our buffaloes are slowly ruminating away here, let's take you across to Djuma and see what's happening there.
Thank you, Nick. Sadly, I do not have an impressive herd of buffalo like yourself. But I do still have this one impala ram that is just hanging out in the shade. The waterbuck ladies took off deeper into the bush. And you can see he is just having a little bit of a grooming session by the red-billed oxpeckers. I've also been observing a red-billed buffalo weaver. They are constructing a nest in the tree that the dam cam is in, so unfortunately it's a little bit tricky for us to get to them. However, I have been watching them going coming and going and coming and going to get their grass and everything, all of the materials for the nest, which has been really, really interesting. I will definitely see if I can get that for us on camera again. But for now, I'm just busy watching this beautiful male. And this truly, I mean, it's such a common sighting, but it truly never gets old. To see not only the relationship and the understanding between these two species, but just in general to see how they care for one another. And again, that sort of lets us think, is it a conscious decision? Do these oxpeckers know that they are helping the impala, or is it just something that happens? And of course, the animals are so tolerant with these oxpeckers. The rhinos, the buffaloes. As I say, this is something we see very often on safari. And the oxpeckers are just eating the ticks, the parasites. The impala is getting cleansed, most probably getting massaged as well. And tickled. You can see. But just so fascinating how these animals are always able to coexist. And I have tried to look around. I don't see any other impala around. Goodness. It seems like this male is by himself, which of course, puts him in a very vulnerable position, a very risky position, because he does not have other impalas and other animals around to alert him. Perhaps that is why he was trying to chat up the waterbuck. But just like the waterbuck we saw earlier on, he's just busy ruminating, saving his energy as much as he can. Because everything out here in the bush is about conserving energy. Literally anything animals do. Just like lions that we often see. Often when we do see lions, they are either hunting, mating or sleeping. But for the better part, it's generally sleeping. As we know, they do sleep about 18 hours a day at least. And when we say that, it's not pure sleeping. It is resting, conserving their energy for should they need to catch an impala, for instance. And in turn, this impala is just standing in the shade, not moving around, cooling off as much as possible, and now just regurgitating his food so he can still extract as much nutrients as possible, build his energy so that should he need to then run away from a lion, he does have the necessary energy. Nina, good morning. You would like to know if oxpeckers feed on just pure parasites and insects and stuff like that, or do they forage as well? For the most part, just had an amphibian in my throat. For the most part, they do just feed on the ticks and the parasites. Oxpeckers are actually very dependent on blood. A lot of people tend to think, it is just pure insects and all of that. That is actually why they tend to go for ticks, because they are the vampires of the bush. But they do, of course, feed on parasites as well. So no, you won't really see oxpeckers foraging. For the most part, we just find them on animals, cleaning them. And again, that all comes down to the symbiosis that we see often between birds, animals. And as I say, that is always just our interpretation and what our common logic tells us. I think there's so much out here that we will never understand or even begin to understand. And I really hope it stays that way. I don't think we're meant to fully understand nature and all of the systems and relationships and everything. And the reason I say that is, I think as humans, we tend to exercise this power over animals and over Mother Nature because we think we know everything about it and we understand everything about it. But every now and again, Mother Nature just gives us a kind reminder that we are not at all in charge. And then it humbles us for a little while, but not long enough. And that is why I say sometimes I think it needs to remain a mystery. Just want to have a look and make sure we are not missing anything at the waterhole, because I've done that many a times at our various waterholes where I get so focused on just one species and what is happening with that one particular sighting, and then there's been a whole herd of elephants or buffaloes that have come past, and just in that one moment you miss them. And as always, I will try to find these kingfishers, but I've been looking for them, but I also do think they are in this tree that the dam can is situated in, or placed in. They always make me work for it. They're finally woken up, moving around, foraging, looking for their seeds. And again, just like I mentioned earlier in Okokoyo, one of the adults will always be on the lookout while the other one is with the little ones, as well as busy feeding, and then they swap around again. And it always just amazes me how these animals know. Is it a communication that happens? Is it just instinctively that they then swap? I've often seen this with cheetah coalitions as well. Let's say there's a coalition of 3 male cheetahs. They brought down an impala, for instance. Generally, 2 of them will be feeding and the other one will be on the lookout. And then they swap. They literally rotate. And it's so incredible to watch that. I've had a cheetah sighting for 3 hours straight where my guest and I were just so amazed. It was nothing, out of the ordinary. They were just busy feeding. But just to watch the general behavior amongst the members and how they look out for each other was just absolutely incredible. Oh man, I'm just waiting for the day that I zoom in on this tree and we've got a leopard sleeping in it. We can only hope. And it will happen. Perhaps not tomorrow, perhaps not in 2 months. Perhaps only for Christmas this year, but I'm holding my breath for that. Want to make sure. I'm not sure if it was a buffalo weaver or the hornbill that came down. Of course, it could be either. The hornbill looking for insects. There is a nest in this tree. And the male constantly moves around and looks for food. And as I say, if it's the buffalo weaver, most probably just looking for some nesting materials. There he is. He's just behind the stump now, but I knew I definitely saw a bird with black and white wings. And it is our red-billed hornbill who's just looking for some insects. Most probably to... Ooh, I'm going to try catch up with him, but it might be a little bit tricky. Hopefully he goes up to feed. He took off now. But there is a nest, as I say, in this specific tree just behind the thorny branches. And we often see this hornbill feeding the female and the chicks. Darcy Miller, good morning, and thank you as always for joining us. You would like to know if special permission is needed for drones to be flown. Definitely, I know Nick spoke about this a little earlier on. Being a photographer, of course, you know, that is something that he loves. But yes, definitely, specifically on private game reserves, but even the national parks. However, that being said, it is a bit tricky to actually monitor it in national parks, even though we've got officers and rangers and guides that do, of course, work in the parks and monitor those sort of situations. You can only monitor it for so far. And of course, you know, drone is a very, very risky thing, I want to say, to allow, because you never know when it is poachers that is flying a drone. I know on my previous game reserve that I guided on, it was an absolute no-no. You know, if anyone saw a drone, you immediately called it in. The head of anti-poaching, his name is Olby, he immediately went out. Whether it was midnight or 8 o'clock in the morning, he always went out. And even though there's always an anti-poaching team out, it's definitely always a concern. You don't want to go one time without, you know, double checking, making sure that it is potentially something or it's hopefully nothing. But as I say, even in national parks, Darcy Miller, yes, for the most part, it is not permitted and you do need permission. However, if you look at Kruger National Park, for instance, Kruger is about 2 million acres. It's massive. So to manage a place like that is going to be way more challenging as opposed to a private game reserve where you've got your anti-poaching team, you've got people situated in several places. So it really is tricky. And specifically coming back to poaching, unfortunately, you know, and I've spoken about this various times on Escape to Nature specifically, unfortunately, most of the time with poaching, it is an inside job. Even, you know, if it's not the people that's actually killing the rhino or the lion or an elephant, whatever the case is, more often than not, the process started by someone giving info. Whether it's GPS coordinates, whether it's the patrolling schedule of the anti-poaching team, it really does not matter. Unfortunately, there are so many risks that go along with it. And of course, drones specifically. I remember as well. My previous game reserve that I was in the Greater Kruger, we shot a movie there, an American film. And even that big film production team had to get so much permission for drones, because there were various aerial shots that we did as well, with elephants and with the actors, of course, on the whole game reserve. But even before that whole filming process started, they had to get a lot of permission from not only the game warden, the anti-poaching head, but also from the lodge's specific managers, the conservation team, all of that. So it really is a very big process. But as I said, is much more easier to manage on a private game reserve as opposed to a national park, which can be much more difficult. And again, that just brings us down to how sad it actually is when you look at all of these conservation efforts that are not only in Africa. I mean, I'm sure in the USA, you guys also have a lot of conservation efforts, and there are things that are happening illegally that shouldn't be happening and that shouldn't even be allowed. But unfortunately, when it does come to saving animals and conserving, Mother Nature in general, it is really one of the hardest missions I think humanity will ever face. Because it's like anything else in nature or in life, I guess. It's just so much easier to do bad than to do good. Because when you do bad, you don't really have to give an explanation. It's just how we are as humans. But when you do good, you need to have a lot of resources. You need money. You need all of these things in place, which makes it really difficult. And I have to say that is why I'm so grateful for being able to control and monitor the dam cameras, for instance, because I don't know, for me it's so fascinating, even if there's no mammal activity necessarily, it's just so cool to see how all of the birds interact and how everything just unravels. But again, there's so many things that you do have to take into consideration when it comes to these sort of things. When we have our rhinos, for instance, in Okokweyo, it's sad that we have to make a point of letting people know, yes, they are pretty, yes, they may or may not still have their horns, whatever the case is, but please know there are eyes on them. Because, of course, there's anti-poaching teams that are always watching the rhinos. But how sad is it that, we have to say that, and that we've come to a place and point in our life that we have to say, we are monitoring these animals. I know Rolf as well, when he's got the Tandi and the other rhinos in Amakala. When he's got those rhinos, there's people watching him as well. So it's really, really, really sad. Sorry, not Rolf, Nick, but of course Rolf traverses in Karecha as well. And guides there as well. But anywhere you find yourself, whether it's Kruger, I know they are doing a lot of dehorning right now in Kruger National Park. Someone actually told me the other day, it's so sad, we saw quite a few rhino sightings, but unfortunately all of the rhinos were dehorned, which is really heartbreaking, because the only thing that's supposed to take a rhino's horn is another rhino. But we won't get too sad now. I will not delve too deep into this conversation, otherwise we will be until tonight, 8 o'clock. Just want to see, I saw another birdie, just want to make sure if it's the hornbill or if it's the buffalo weaver.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000-hectare reserve.
As I was mentioning, we do have one of our awesome Zoomies helping us out on the Djuma Dam camp. And just to get back to, conservation, even something like being a Zoomie or volunteering, even if it's just at a domestic animal shelter, that definitely helps. I always say every bit helps. Whether you are just doing a little bit of volunteering, whether you are just spreading a little bit of awareness, we definitely need all of the help we can. And I don't mean us as Wild Earth, I mean us as humans. We really have to do more, and we really have to create more awareness. And just learn more in general. For instance, the other day I was reading an article on endangered species and what is being done for them. And again, it's so sad to think that, we have to have this conversation and talk about what can we do for endangered species. It's so sad to say there are species that are endangered. And of course, that is all because of us. And I don't mean that, to make us sound like these bad creatures. It's just, unfortunately, it is how it is. But if you can do anything to help, whether it's monitoring some animals at a dam camera, or whether it is perhaps volunteering at a shelter, or perhaps, helping with the admin of a social media page about creating awareness on animals. And again, it doesn't just have to be wild animals. We tend to think, okay, well, we just have to help wildlife. Definitely, but even domestic animals. All of us as animals and humans can use all the help we can get. There is our impala. He's still around, getting some sun now and finally eating. As we saw him prior to this, he was in the shade. He was busy regurgitating, but of course, eventually they do have to start feeding actively as well again to build those nutrients for them to be able to regurgitate it later on. I'm honestly so bummed out that we can't see these buffalo weavers. They have been super noisy, and as I say, they are definitely either constructing a new nest or they are just fixing their current nest. Of course, they are community nesters. If you do not know what a buffalo weaver looks like, go research it. Of course, we show you as much as we can on the different dam cams at our various locations. But sometimes it's also good to go read up a little bit. But a red-billed buffalo weaver, they are very, very beautiful birds. Like it suggests, they've got these beautiful bright red bills. And it's a black bird with white markings on their feathers. But super fascinating birds. And also, of course, part of the small five. Ooh. Checking the sky for some vultures or raptors or... There we are. You see, I've got so much to learn from the zoomies. There's the nest of the buffalo weavers. Thank you, Colin, for showing me that. You see, even me as a naturalist, I've been doing this for a couple of months, but there's always something new to learn. Sarah, good morning. You would like to know what are some good conservation projects to volunteer to. So, I mean, this is going to depend on a lot of things. And I say this because I also had to do some proper research before delving into, conservation, even places that I've worked at where I was a guide. I did proper research on, what are their missions, what are their motives, because unfortunately, there are a lot of places that do not do what they say they are going to do. So anywhere you find yourself, definitely do some proper research. And you literally can just research good conservation projects to volunteer to. And it's as simple as that. Of course, the Mabula Ground Hornbill project is a very good one. Even if you can't volunteer at a program necessarily, or at a project, or at a center, if you can maybe just donate, or if you can just, again, spread some awareness with sharing their page on social media or anything like that. We tend to think that when you have to make a difference in conservation, you have to spend money, or it sounds like a lot of effort, you now have to do this or this or this. It really isn't. And the thing that people don't realize is any conservation project, again, if they are doing it for the pure motives of conservation, then we don't often realize the work that it takes for those people. And of course, they, for the most part, again, they are non-profit organizations. So they don't do what they do to make money or to, these tiny ones, to, again, you know, it's not a profit thing. They do it to help animals. So they don't generate money from doing that. Therefore, they have to source funding. They have to source donations and all of that. Not only that, but the people that work there, for the most part, when I started guiding, I was involved at the rhino orphanage. Not involved directly, but I helped out every now and again. And they are in the Limpopo province in the Waterbergs. And I know a lot of those people. One of my very, very, very good friends, two of them actually, were the heads there for a while. And they did not get a salary. They did not get paid for what they did. They slept like 3 hours, maybe a night, and then the next day they also still did their normal job at game management, where they looked for the rhinos every day on the reserve and made sure all of the elephants were all right and the road maintenance was done, etc., etc. So it really, if you can just volunteer a little bit of time, even if it is just 1 hour a month, I promise you it will mean so much to any project where you volunteer. So definitely the Mabula Ground Hornbill project is very good. The Rhino Orphanage, as I mentioned, there are various rhino orphanages. Again, it depends on where you find yourself. Are you in South Africa? Are you in the US? Where do you find yourself? And definitely for me personally, I've also, if you are perhaps from South Africa and you would like to go make a difference overseas, for me, I was, of course, working for Disney, and that in itself made a big difference to a lot of people as well, because I got to share my heritage, my culture, my experience, my animals. I got to share with people from all over the globe. So there's always something you can do. It's not necessarily, you know, going to to scrub elephants or rhinos, or, you know, to clean elephant dung, because all of that also has to happen, believe it or not. But just something simple you can do. And there are so many projects. There are a lot of cheetah projects all across Africa. I do, however, want to touch on a sensitive topic, and if I offend anyone, I apologize. But as I say, before you volunteer to a place, or even before visiting a place, because of course, you know, a lot of places you can go to and see these animals, and they use those funds for helping the animals. But a lot of these places, as I say, their motives are not pure. So just research wherever you are going. For instance, there's a lot of places in South Africa that have activities such as petting a baby lion or feeding a baby lion a bottle of milk. Very nice and all. Or you can perhaps go to places where you can touch and pet cheetahs, whatever the case is. Just do your research. I won't delve too much into it, but I personally have seen the harsh circumstances those animals come from. And it is not pretty. I promise you, you are not going to see on their social media page what actually happens behind the scenes. Something like lion cub petting. It's a wonderful profile picture. I agree. You know, you holding a bottle of milk for a baby lion, or perhaps petting an animal that is not supposed to be petted. Just do your research, because those baby lions, remember, a female lion is pregnant for 3.5 months. Now what happens is when her cubs are taken away from her, she stops lactating. She's not producing milk anymore. So that cycle stops, and what happens then? She goes into estrus again, and she gets mated with again. And she has another set of cubs, and another set of cubs, and etc., etc., etc. You get the picture? But then those cubs are now open to the public, and you can pet a baby lion, or, oh, it's amazing, give this baby lion a bottle of milk. No one is ever really asking, why is this baby lion not feeding from its mother? And again, it's going to be tricky to get to the bottom of the truth, but, often a lot of places will say, no, but the mother rejected the cubs, or this and that happened. And perhaps it is the case. But as I say, just make sure you do thorough research, because you do not want to be the reason that that lion is now completely habituated to animals, people, not animals, completely used to people, and also dependent on people. And of course, that lion is not going to stay cute and fluffy forever. So in 5 or 7 years, depending on if it's a male or female, of course, a female is going to become another breeding machine. A male is going to become beautiful. It's going to get a mane. And some or other person, I don't even want to say person, but some or other person is going to want that mane and head on their wall one day. And yes, then sad reality is 5, 6, 7 years down the line, when that cub is no longer a cub, it gets hunted. And that refers to canned hunting, which, again, as I say, I can keep you busy for a really long time. But I don't want to I don't want to delve too much in that now. Don't want to make us negative. But that is the reality of life. Not just of animals, but that is the reality of life. People are people, and unfortunately we do use animals and exploit them for our own gain. And we forget that what we do and what we see every day is such a massive privilege to be part of something so huge and so big. For instance, when we see elephants, the other day we had an elephant bull right at the dam camera. I could literally count his lashes. And for me, that was such a humbling experience, because it's just, we are of course on a camera and it's virtual, but it's just so incredible to think that we are able to experience these animals as they are, of course live, but as it happens, they are not altering their behavior at all for us. They are just doing what they are supposed to be doing. And then us as humans, we don't do nearly enough for animals. Definitely. So as I say, whether it's just volunteering, whether it's just educating yourself. That's why I often like doing the quizzes and the challenges. Because for me personally, the other day when we did flowers, as soon as I read about one flower, even if it's a flower I've studied before, it just sort of makes you think a little further of, oh, but perhaps there's another flower that looks like one, or what can we use this tree for, or what does that animal do when it's not doing this? I say this every single day, but it's so, so, so important with animals to just learn and explore. Because I promise you, the more you know, the more you are going to want to know. And the more you are wanting to know, the more you are going to want to help. But anyway, you see, when I start on this topic, I never stop. So I'll just stop myself there. Just do something. I think I'm going to get a t-shirt like that. Animals. Not at all picky. Very, very thankful for everything we've seen so far today. But I'm not gonna lie. It would be pretty cool if we saw some lions, or even mongoose. I've been able to see the dwarf mongoose whilst controlling the Djuma Dam cam once, but not again. But of course, they are hiding from the sun right now. All of the animals are pretty much just cooling off as much as they can now in the shade. Whether it's ruminants or hindgut fermenters or carnivores or herbivores, all of the animals are pretty much just cooling off now. The butterflies are all active though. I'll never forget this. Whilst we're on the topic now. Because I think sometimes, it is important to be honest about these sort of things and to talk about it. Because as humans, we're sensitive about enough things. We should be able to talk about these things frank and honestly. Because if we don't, we are going to lose all of these animals. We are going to lose the ecosystem. We're going to lose Mother Nature, and ultimately we're not going to be here anymore. So I think it is very important to talk about these sort of things. But the one time I get so angry when I think about this. But I once had guests, and of course when you meet your guests, you try to get to know them. I have to say, this was my one superpower when I was still guiding, when I was at a lodge. I could literally, within the first hour of meeting my guest, I could tell you how long they've been married, how long they've been together, how many children they have, what they do for a living, etc., etc., etc. And so I was getting to know my guests, and it was this father who had brought his 2 children and literally the whole family. And so I asked him, so what is your purpose for traveling to Africa? Is it your first time visiting? And with a straight face, this guy said to me, no, I've been to Africa many times. This was actually my next trip to complete my Big 5. And I thought, oh, okay, that's interesting. So you are just looking for one more of the Big 5. What would you like to see on safari? And he literally laughed at me, and he had this cocky look on him, and he said, no, darling, you don't understand. I've seen the Big 5. I mean hunting the Big 5. I've just needed the leopard, and I just completed it before coming to your lodge. I shot my leopard, and now I've shot the whole Big 5, and this is actually my kid's first hunting trip. And for a moment I went blank, like I did not know what to say. And I was like, okay, that's nice. Anyway, I literally fell over my words like this. And before we went on safari, he was like, but wait, let me show you the video. And I said, no, what video? He said, my leopard video. And people, if you do not want to hear this, please go make yourself some coffee or close your ears. But what he did next is he took his phone out and he showed me a video of him, first of all, on a vehicle, not tracking an animal on foot, giving the animal a chance to escape. A leopard in a tree on a kill. I don't know if the leopard was lured there with meat or if it was a natural circumstance. But this leopard was on a kill. This guy sat on a vehicle and shot the leopard out of the tree. Now, that is not the worst. So if you are a sensitive listener, please, as I say, do give yourself a moment or excuse yourself. But what happened next is this guy, person, creature, whatever we would like to call him, went up to the leopard. The leopard was still alive, paralyzed though in its spine. So it was trying to get away from this guy, but it couldn't do much. And this guy crouched down next to the leopard and took a photo with it and then shot it again. And I saw this whole video. And I could not, I could not handle myself. So then what I did is I just went to our manager of the lodge and I said, you better put these people on another vehicle or I'm resigning now. I will leave this property right this moment. And luckily they did get another guide, but still, that is not solving the problem. And of course there is something like ethical hunting in Africa, where culling and cropping happens for various reasons. But for me, first of all, shooting the big five, especially if you tell me you've shot a rhino, which is an endangered creature, that just really boils my blood. And as I say, a lot of trophy hunting, unfortunately, does happen on a vehicle. By all means, if you want to shoot an animal, at least track it, move in that animal's habitat and give it a chance to hear you and either attack you or run away from you. But don't sit on a vehicle, disguise your sound, disguise your smell and everything, and then just shoot that animal. That for me is not on. But anyway, I thought I'd share that with you just to give you a harsh reality of what is happening out here. And again, this is not just in Africa. This happens all across the globe. Illegal hunting, poaching. We are literally not doing everything or even a little bit of enough for animals, for Mother Nature, for trees, for flowers. So I really think we should just challenge ourselves and channel ourselves to just focus. Just do something. That's going to become my motto. I'm getting a t-shirt like that. Just do something. Often when the birds preen themselves like the starling is doing now, I often wonder, could it also be an itch? Of course, as Nick mentioned earlier on, they use a lot of oils and secretions to preen themselves, to make them look extra pretty. But I often wonder, when we see the impalas as well, that, is quickly just scratching themselves, or buffalo that's perhaps scratching themselves another buffalo or a stump or a rock or whatever the case is. But with birds, I wonder, do they get an itch? Is that why they often, we think they're preening and then sometimes they're like, get that spot. Good morning. Alrighty, well, it seems furthermore that Juma for now is pretty peaceful. So I think let us go to Okokoyo and see if anyone else has pitched up there. We had some zebras. No babies to report. They literally just came to the water, drank and left. Oh, just thinking about that sighting I just shared with you. Well, not sighting, that that moment I shared with you is bringing up so many memories now, you know, just in terms of rhino poaching and all of that, especially at this location. Of course, Okokoyo has the largest population of black rhino in the world, not just in Africa, in the world, which is really impressive. But as I say, it's so sad, you know, that we have to think, okay, well, there are constantly people watching them, as well as Juma. Anywhere really where you see it's a national park or private game reserve, there's always an anti-poaching team in place. But how sickening that, as I say, we've come to a point in our life that we have to be able to say, there are people watching them, don't try anything, don't push your luck. And the sad thing is, unfortunately in South Africa, I'm not sure on Namibia's laws. I will actually go research that. That is very interesting. I will definitely research that. But in South Africa, if you find a poacher on your property, you are not allowed to do anything to them. It is not like you can say, okay, well, you're trespassing, number one. Number two, you killed one of our rhinos, so you are now being shot at. You are not allowed to do anything. When and if you do find a poacher, you have to call the authorities and say, hi, my name is Lisa. I'm from Wild Earth, or I'm from this reserve, or wherever. I'm so sorry to bother you, but we've got a trespasser on our property. He has now killed 3 of our rhinos. Would you be able to make your way over here and please come prosecute them? What nonsense is that? Like, seriously. And I'm not going to say where this happened, but when I just started in the industry, we had found some poachers, actually not of rhinos, but of cycads, which is also an endangered plant. For those of you that are Afrikaans, a broodboom. And it's a highly endangered and protected plant species. But anyway, we found cycad poachers in the mountains. And luckily it was midnight. And for the most part, the authorities, particularly to that reserve, did not respond very quickly, but even more so at night when it is midnight. And let's just say we had a bit of fun for an hour straight with interrogation and all of that. But again, that also turned out to be, unfortunately, an inside job. So it's not just plants, not just animals that we have to be thinking about and protecting. It is also something as simple as plants.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Something else that I would definitely urge people to do, and again, it's such a simple solution, but go research different dam cams. It doesn't just have to be the Okokoyo dam cam. It can be the Djuma dam cam. It can even be dam cams that Wild Earth aren't necessarily involved with. Because wherever you find yourself, I'm going to give you a very simple example. Let's say you are abroad, wherever it is that you find yourself, and you are perhaps just watching a dam cam. Because of course, remember, on Escape to Nature, on our drives, we have waterhole naturalists like myself and Alex that narrate over the dam cams, but we are not here 24/7. So perhaps you find yourself abroad, it is night in Africa and it is day where you are, and you are watching a dam cam. You might see something happening, perhaps an injured animal, or an animal with a snare, or even worse, people that are potentially on that damn camera that shouldn't be on foot around that waterhole. Whatever the case is, I'm not saying that is going to happen. But if we definitely pay more attention, and again, it's something so simple, but we might be able to help, even if it is just then informing authorities. Like in Kruger, there's a lot of numbers that you can actually contact if you do see a hyena with a snare, or if you see people that are outside their vehicles that shouldn't be outside their vehicles in that area. And it's not necessarily you snitching or anything, it's just see something, say something, because you could potentially be helping an animal or saving its life. Alrighty, I quickly want to head us over to Djuma because there is an oxpecker very close to the camera, which is pretty cool. How cool is this? We still have our Zoomy Colin helping us out. Again, it's something so simple, of course with the help of technology, but we get to experience so many cool things. I think the zoomies, particularly when they are zooming at night, often they of course see lions and hyenas and leopards, but not just the big things, all sorts of smaller creatures at night. Hey buddy. Oh, what a beautiful bird. And of course you fly away when I compliment you. I wonder what our juvenile martial eagle from yesterday is up to and where he finds himself. Has he eaten in the meanwhile? What has he been up to? I often wonder, I can just sort of put a tracker on the animals. I won't tell anyone, I'll just watch them. Or a GoPro. Kevin, you would like to know if oxpeckers, being vampires as such, are then birds of prey. This is something I often think about when I look at the breakdown of birds and how we classify them and the sort of categories we put them in. Because for me, for instance, if you don't eat anything apart from grass and seeds and stuff like that, you are a predator of such. So for me, I have also always thought, something like even a lilac-breasted roller or a bee-eater, they should also be birds of prey because they are essentially, eating butterflies, and even though it's not a massive thing, it's prey. But no, they do not fall under that. Birds of prey are specifically, the bigger birds that we refer to, such as falcons, goshawks, eagles. So it's generally, for the most part, your raptors. But I agree with you, Kevin. I would definitely also think that and often think about that. But no, they do not classify as a bird of prey. That will always be one of the best sounds that Africa has to offer. That and an African fish eagle, and of course a lion roaring. I love the call of a hyena. Even impalas are pretty fascinating. It's not very beautiful, but it's quite funny when they sort of chase the females around. They've got that sounds like they have had a little bit too much to drink the previous night when they do that. And if you are perhaps new to Escape to Nature, or just in general perhaps new to Wild Earth, this is our Djuma Dam cam at Gowrie Dam in the Sawi Sand. And we've actually got wonderful zoomies that always help us out during the day and night time. So how it works is I also have controls if I need them. But then what we do is we just chat to our zoomies and ask them, are you fine? We're going to come over. And they help us out on the camera. Or as I say, us as the naturalists can also take over. But for the most part, they are in control of the dam camera. And they do a really, really good job with it. So I do just want to say thank you to our zoomies as well. And then, of course, the lovely Ukukoyo. That is something that I control as the water naturalist, or if it's Alex, he will control it on the day. And pretty cool, as I say, too. Sometimes I really hate technology. Because I'm a wildlife enthusiast, I wish I could send someone a dove to ask them if they want to have coffee next month, Wednesday. But things like this really, really does help a lot. And of course, in terms of conservation efforts as well, definitely helps us with monitoring the animals, making sure everything is all right. Oh, we've got two of our hornbills, which I'm wondering if it's a couple or two different hornbills. Because from what we know, hornbills, of course, they have their nest inside a tree stump, and the female will also go in during that time. She will pluck out some of the feathers, lay the eggs, and then daddy will be on the outside looking for some food to feed herself and the chicks. It's very interesting that there are two of them here now, and they don't seem to have a problem with each other. I'm just gonna shush for a minute or two so we can just take all of this in. Just listen to everything. The wind, the birds. Just immerse ourselves and channel ourselves into Mother Nature.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
That one is the clever one of the two. Just like that buffalo we saw earlier on with Nick, that used the shade of mommy. Just look at those chubby cheeks. And remember, when you send us your questions, it doesn't just have to be about these fluff balls or about the animals we are currently observing at that moment. You can really ask us anything about the location we might be at, about Wild Earth, about the various programs we do, about us as naturalists even. You are more than welcome to let us know. Hi, Ina, Mom. Good morning. Yes, I'm still safe with saying good morning. You would like to know, how can children get involved with helping with conservation? There are various ways. This is always a tricky one. It depends on the parents, of course. You know, a lot of children love animals, and the parents are not so much wildlife enthusiasts. So it really does depend. However, I would definitely, first of all, encourage children to, and Lily, if you are watching, this is for you, stop watching YouTube videos on live gamers and start watching Wild Earth or, National Geographic or whatever, any stories or programs about animals. No, I'm kidding. Lily is actually my 8-year-old niece, and she loves animals, so. But Lily, it is for you as well. So yes, definitely, I would say that is a good starting point, allowing them to watch child-friendly documentaries. Of course, you don't want an 8-year-old to necessarily watch a show where every 3 minutes lions are killing something or anything like that. But definitely exposure. I would say it starts with exposure, whether it's letting them watch stories or programs that are child-friendly about nature, how you can help several animals and what we can do for them. But as I say, in general as well, just taking responsibility for us as adults in terms of teaching them about the smaller things even. And as I say, conservation starts at home. Just teach them, stop wasting water, don't pick flowers, don't kill insects, things like that. The smaller things really do make a big difference. And I see this with my niece, for instance. She will lose her mind if her cat tries to go for, a bird or something. Anything as simple like that. But then, of course, it's a tricky one, this one, because I have a personal opinion on it. For me, at least in South Africa, you can, of course, take them to zoos because, again, it's a tricky one because animals, of course, are in enclosed areas, but a lot of the times they can get really, really educated on the topic because, of course, not everyone can afford to go on a safari every year or give children that sort of exposure. If you do have that opportunity, though, please do it. If you can take your child to Kruger National Park or Yellowstone, wherever you find yourself, and you have that opportunity, please rather do that. But then again, it comes down to research. If you are going to take your children to zoos or to rehabilitation centers or places like that, just do your research first. As I say, unfortunately, there are places that exploit the animals for personal gain. So definitely just do your research before, exposing your children to that. But yes, there are various ways. As I said, it all starts at home. Start watching a documentary with them every now and again. It's the coolest thing. My niece actually does love watching documentaries. I know there's a very interesting show as well where they actually quiz the children, about these animals that they are seeing. It's not African animals. I think it's animals in the US or in Australia. I can't even remember the show, but she loves watching that. Then she'll tell me, okay, let's do the quiz. What do you think the answer is? No, I think you're wrong. So I'm going to say my answer. And it's very interesting as well, because as I say, even as adults, we are super uneducated. I can promise you that. We think we know everything. We think we can do everything. But as soon as you start having a debate with a child about a lion and why it's got so many teeth and why it's got a mane, they really give you a different insight. So just start with a conversation, then watch a documentary, and then perhaps if you have the opportunity, instead of going to the ocean this year like you do every single holiday, perhaps go to a national park. If you can, of course. And if you cannot do or do not want to do any of that, just watch Wild Earth. And remember, even your children can send us questions. Even your kiddos can send us any questions they like. We don't have any age restrictions or anything, as opposed to, of course, we do always warn when we might see something potentially scary for some. But yes, as I say, if you cannot do anything like that, or that radical, if you think it's radical, then just watch Wild Earth. Even if it's just Escape to Nature. As you see, we take it way more easy on Escape to Nature. We focus on the smaller things. We can, of course, see some radical things as well, like the Big Five on Escape to Nature. However, it doesn't happen too often. Because from what we see generally during midday, it is not that great a time to spot the Big Five, as they are just chilling. They are, of course, the stars of the show, so they need some off time as well. So we do schedule it in their rosters like that, so they can relax a little. But of course, speaking about kiddos, sorry, from the 23rd to the 27th of January, we will be doing back to school, and we are actually looking for schools to partake in this. So we invite all classes from schools, and please know, we've got some waterbuck. Sorry. Please know this is not just for schools in South Africa. This is schools all across the globes. So we invite classes from schools worldwide to join us for the first hour of the Sunset Safari on any day of the week, from the 23rd to the 27th of January. Please pencil that down if you have not yet. So if you're a teacher or you know of any teachers, please head to wildearth.tv/kids to book your class. And of course, this will be for a virtual safari in Africa. And please do so ASAP. We only have a few slots available. Sorry, these waterbuck are really distracting. We only have a few slots available, so please do go book your class. And remember, that is the 23rd to the 27th of January. And earlier on, when we saw the female waterbuck, I referred to the males as reindeer, the African reindeers. Oh, that is super interesting. One of our Zoomies also just sent me something about WWF, of course, the World Wildlife Fund. And you can also go join as a junior member. So it's for kids, where they also get some super interesting facts about the animals. And of course can learn as much as possible as well. But again, as I say, just research. There are so many organizations that definitely do help with regards to education for kiddies. Picasso, sorry about that. You are saying you thoroughly agree with me. And it is definitely our responsibility as humans. And it really is. We do not take nearly enough responsibility. And of course, if you're only joining us now, we are in the beautiful Djuma at Gowrie Dam in the Sabi Sands with 3 beautiful water bucks, or as I like to call them, the African reindeer. It's almost like this one is hearing me. Hi. Randy, good afternoon. You would like to know if waterbuck calves are born with the white marking. So of course, it's not visible to us right now, but of course waterbucks do have that white ring on their rear end. And yes, Randy, they are. So in terms of us understanding and interpreting animal behavior and looks and just everything about them, we have come to the conclusion that waterbucks have that white ring so they can follow one another, just like lions with the black at the back of the ears, the black at the tip of the tail, the impalas with a black M on their rear end. So all of these animals have those markings. Of course, waterbucks, if it's a male, he won't be born with these horns yet. That will be a little bit painful. But yes, definitely, Randy, they are in fact born with those markings. Oh, you guys are just so beautiful. Wow. They're definitely on edge about something. I'm not sure if it's the camera that they are hearing or what is happening. Perhaps the lesser spotted Homo sapiens at headquarters. Now, there might be something happening that we do not even slightly see or hear or smell. Of course, animal senses are so insane. They can pick up pheromones. They might be hearing birds alarm calling far away. They might be hearing other antelope far away that are alarm calling. Vervet monkeys, perhaps. Perhaps they just smelled something that might not be right. Or perhaps they just scaredy cats. Dainty pavonias. Veld Orca, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. The cutest baby animals. You see, you are now asking. You are asking the wrong naturalist, and the only reason I say that is I think all of them are cute. Really. I love any baby animal. I'm probably the easiest naturalist to bribe when it comes to baby animals. But for me personally, let me give you a top 5. Baby zebra, baby wildebeest, baby elephant. Oh, you're making my life very difficult now. I've really grown fond. Yes, thank you, Sitle. Baby warthogs, of course. And then I've also grown really fond of our goslings, the Egyptian geese babies in Okokoyo, and as well as Djuma, of course. So I think that would be my top 5. And of course, we saw some ostrich chicks in Kariga. But for me personally, I haven't seen ostrich babies, so I can't personally vouch for that one. But as I say, I'm in general, I'm very easy to please on safari. I'm happy if I see waterbuck, impala, elephants, flowers, tracks, literally anything. I'm very easy to please, and it's the same with baby animals. I love all baby animals. But let me know what's your favorite baby animal and why. Now impala is still in the background, but of course both the waterbuck and the impala. Ooh, this guy's got a stompy. You can see he's got a little bit of a shorter tail. This one off to our left. He doesn't have the fluff at the end of the tail, but it's still serving its purpose in avoiding the parasites and the flies and everything that might be annoying them. But both the waterbuck and impala belonging to the antelope family, and particularly these two as well. Just the males will have the horns. But this one we are currently looking at with a toilet seat on their bum. As their name suggests, they are super dependent on water. They will often use water as a defense mechanism as well to evade predators. But mostly because they drink so much water, and you will always find them close to water for that reason. But definitely baby crocodiles, super cute. Also something I have not seen many times in my life. But unfortunately we know that only about 1 out of 50 crocodile eggs will make it until complete or full adulthood. Grow up to become a big crocodile daddy or mommy. Which is rather sad. But it's sort of an insurance. That's why they lay so many eggs as well. The same with terrapins, the same with tortoises, the same with monitor lizards. I don't know who of you joined us a couple of days ago on Sunset Safari, but we ended our Sunset Safari with banded mongoose in Okukoyo that were actually digging up some eggs. And to this day, I cannot tell you which eggs it was, but it could have been anyone's. It could have been monitor eggs, could have been bird eggs, and unfortunately, with crocodiles specifically, that is why they don't make it until full adulthood. Brenda, good afternoon. You would like to know, you are saying jackal puppies playing are your weakness, and of course, we have been able to experience that for the past couple of months. And yes, I agree with you. Interesting story, and I have told this before, but when I just became a qualified naturalist a good 10 or 11 years ago, my father actually came to the reserve, which I was guiding on, and my father's been to the bush since he has been a teenager. So, it's difficult to impress him. He's happy with everything, just like me, but there's not really anything you can tell or show him that he doesn't know or hasn't seen. So anyway, we went out for afternoon safari. I'm super chuffed with myself because I'm very young and I'm now qualified and I'm going to show my dad my work. And so we saw some elephants and lions and rhinos as well. It wasn't planned, it all just happened to work out so perfectly. And as we were making our way back to the lodge, I said, Dad, I just want to go on the main road because we do know of some jackal puppies there. And we stopped there and there was a drainage pipe underneath the dirt road. And we sat there a good, 20 minutes. And eventually these tiny fluff balls came out. And I promise you, I've not heard my father squeal like that. My father is almost 2 meters tall. He's a big man. And I promise you, he squealed. And to this day, if you ask him what has been his favorite sighting, he will tell you those jackal puppies absolutely made his safari. So I definitely agree with you, Brenda. Jackal puppies are really something to experience. I think it's also the element of, dogs. I think we sort of relate to domestic dogs as well when we see jackals.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Very nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
That is a super interesting name, Lisa's Fan Club. Thank you. I feel very honored. You would like to know which is the fastest antelope. Well, it depends who you ask, because I've actually had debates with people about this. But to our knowledge, Steenbok is definitely one of the fastest. Also because of their size, of course, it's a very small antelope, and they are said to run 80 kilometers on average if they really need to get away from something. Which, of course, is not as fast as a cheetah, which averages about 110 kilometers an hour. But definitely fast enough. And a Steenbok is actually something you will very rarely see predated on. It is not often, I don't think I've actually ever seen a Steenbok kill, with a leopard or lion or something. They are just very fast antelopes. So that is definitely one of them. But in general, you should never underestimate antelope. Of course, the smaller the antelope, generally the faster they can be. But Steenbok, if you don't know what they look like, definitely do go research them. But also another, not necessarily the fastest, but another fascinating animal, which I personally have never shown you on a dam camera, because we don't have that sort of topography. But another fascinating, ooh, there they are. Thank you, Zumi. The kingfishers, I've been looking for them the whole day. But sorry, I interrupted myself there. Another fascinating antelope in terms of, how they evade predators is a klipspringer. And these beautiful birds, if you are not familiar with them, that is the noise or the sound or the call that we are also constantly hearing. That chirr. They are known as the woodlands kingfishers, and they are migrants. Was that a yawn? And I do believe this is most probably the couple that has a nest not too far from here as well. So they nest in old woodpecker or barbet nests, which is found within a tree. Of course, a woodpecker and a barbet. They have very unique bills or beaks in terms of designing their nests. They can literally break the wood and then create an entrance and go into the tree stump. And then the kingfishers use it. Now the kingfishers, even though you would think that they are fish-eating birds, these ones in particular are not. These beautiful birds are insectivores, meaning they eat butterflies and creepy crawlies of all kinds. However, the giant kingfisher, the pied kingfisher, the malachite, they are the pescatarians out here. Haley, I know this is what I love about animals, particularly in the summertime. The colorations that you'll find on them. Of course, you know, these guys have beautiful, beautiful, beautiful red beaks. And then, of course, the blue plumage on their feathers. But just in general, if you look at all of the birds, lilac-breasted roller, African jacana, purple-crested turaco, an African finfoot even something as simple as an Egyptian goose. Have you ever really looked at an Egyptian goose in the sunlight? They've got these beautiful fluorescent green feathers as well, you know, apart from the brown and the other coloration that you'll find on them. And that is what I just love about birding in general in Africa. Woo! There's one of our buffalo weavers that just photobombed. Alrighty, well, along with the help of our Zoomy, I will definitely keep an eye on the Djuma Dam cam, make sure we don't miss out on anything or anyone. But let us head on over to Ukukweyo and see if there's any changes there. We have got some springbok. And you're probably thinking, yes, Lisa, we always have springbok in Ukukweyo. That is not true. We have had a rather quiet few days with, in terms of the mammal activity here. We've had a lot of lapwings and Egyptian geese and all of that. But in terms of actual mammals coming around, they've been rather quiet. Or scarce, I should say. I don't know if they've been quiet. They most probably have been gossiping, telling each other not to come to the waterhole. So I guess they have not been quiet. But in terms of actual sightings, it has been less actionful these past few days. Sounds like we can actually hear the ocean. I'm not too sure what that sound is. If there's something close to the camera, because it's not super windy here right now, so it can't really be the wind. Just bear with me, I just want to have a look-see around. See if anyone is making their way to the waterhole. Yesterday we did have a good herd of wildebeest that had some babies with them as well. Not all of them had their babies yet though, only a couple of individuals. Animal lover, I like your name. You would like to know why don't we get to see the big five during the day? So what happens is every evening after sunset safari, we send the animals their schedule and we sort of tell them, just like with a naturalist, you are going to feature in sunset safari, sunrise safari, escape to nature. And I have to say, for the most part, when we come out of these meetings, the animals don't really like when they have to feature on Escape to Nature because they say it's too hot, they want to rest, they want to get their brunch or whatever. No, I'm just kidding, of course. We do get to see them from time to time. We have featured lions before on Escape to Nature. We've had a leopard in Juma with Cedric midday on Escape to Nature. It was Marips, and he had just finished a kill. We do have, believe it or not, elephants and rhinos here in Okukoyo. It's been a quiet couple of days, so we are not too sure why. But believe me, we do see the big five every now and again on Escape to Nature. More so the buffalo, rhino and elephants, because they do not mind venturing for water during the day. Of course, we learn with the lion and the leopard. For the most part, from what we see, they tend to just chill during the day, conserve their energy, rest up as much as they can, so that generally, when it becomes cooler in the afternoon, then they'll start to move around and look for prey. So we really try. But the animals don't always adhere to their schedules. Woo! Look at all of the lapwings. Alrighty. I am going to, Animal Lover, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to email all of the big five now and tell them, listen, even if it's just elephants, rhinos, someone, please come say hello to us. But while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Rolf in Amakhala.
And welcome to a very windy Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, where we've made our way up on top of the hill to where the secretary bird's nest is. When we were here last, we noticed that there is potentially only 2 of these little babies left. We're just trying to confirm, but that might well be the case, that there is now only 2 of them left. They often have a third just as an insurance policy, and maybe they have taken up that policy in earnest. Now, my name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got BK with me. How's it, BK? And how's it to all of you once again? Now, these adults have obviously gone out and they're hunting, getting the food for these very hungry chicks. They're getting quite a bit bigger now, and we can just see the yellow around the eyes of this individual. We can only see one, but I have noticed that it is quite difficult to tell between male and female secretary birds, but it seems that the males have a little bit more of that yellow around the eye, and that's pretty much all I could decipher between the sexes. Other than that, they're pretty much identical, so rather difficult to tell between male and female. But these youngsters will be very hungry. We've seen them eating striped field mice that have been delivered by the adults, as well as snakes, and sometimes they even deliver the snakes alive. So it's quite a good sighting to be at when the adults do return, because then there's quite a bit of action. It is rather hot today. It's probably in the lower 30s, but at least we have this wind that is coming through. It's keeping it a little bit cooler, but without the wind it would be rather hot. And you can see just by the bill being open there that they are trying to keep cool, even though the wind is blowing. So, but facing into the wind, it would be assisting in keeping them, or thermoregulating. Now, I don't know if any of you have ever heard a secretary bird call. I hadn't heard it until I was on Kariega recently, and I was sitting in the back just taking my photos and watching the different animals, the plains game. There were some rhinos around, there were zebras and ostriches. Ostriches doing their very sort of distinctive call, booming, that sounds like lions. And I was hoping that the buffalo were going to be coming down for a wallow in the mud. And next minute I heard this like orc sound. I say it's like an orc sound. It's almost like on Lord of the Rings, those orcs. And I often say that the buffaloes sound like that. So I was getting excited that the buffalo herd was on its way. And I actually said that while I was live. The buffalo must be on their way down. But I was mistaken. It was in fact the secretary birds calling almost identical to the sound of buffalo, because from the exact position that I thought the buffalo were coming from, over walked a secretary bird, and then I saw it actually doing the call itself. It was identical. So I was shocked, I was surprised. I've never thought that secretary birds sounded like buffalo, but they do in fact sound like that. And that was the first experience I've had of that. And now, whenever I hear buffalo calling, I sit, watch and wait and make sure that it's buffalo and not secretary bird. So that's something that you learn all the time when you go out in the bush, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I've only just recently learned that. So Latin name, Sagittarius serpentarius, or the archer of snakes. They don't only kill snakes, but they are extremely adept and good at doing such. They curl their toes up and they literally punch them to death. So kind of a boxer, UFC style. There's no grappling, merely punching, and they do beat them. And the amount of kicks they can do in a short space of time is incredible. I used to sit and watch them in Etosha, and there the concentration of them, as I spoke about, when was it, yesterday or the day before, incredible, the concentration of secretary birds and the Kori bustards on the plains between the different camps. That's where I've seen the most secretary birds in my guiding career, and anywhere in the natural world, because generally they've got a sort of territory of about 50 kilometers squared. So one of the reasons why they are threatened or endangered, because they do have quite a big territory requirement. And so with habitat destruction and human encroachment, there's not too much space for them in the natural areas anymore, especially when they fight for that amongst themselves. Speaking of fighting amongst themselves, I'm pretty sure if there are only 2 of these left, it would have been as a result of these 2 being the survivors having probably killed their sibling, and most likely even have eaten it. Maybe the adults took too long to bring them food and they decided to eat their brother or sister. As terrible as it might sound, that is the ways of the wild. You can see a little bit of those feathers that start to form the crest that hang down at the back of their neck, and they do raise it on demand, but being young like this, they probably won't have any use for it just for now, but it's nice to see it developing. And when they put their head against the wind, then it sort of does splay up and you get to see it. A lot of these thickets that they do make their nests on, and a lot of the birds do, you get these rounded thickets that dominate this Albany thicket biome in the Eastern Cape. It's really an amalgamation of all sorts of different bushes in there. You've got sweet thorn and crowberries and num-nums, spike thorns, and all sorts that sort of, I think it probably starts with something like a sweet thorn, and then the other little bushes start growing in and about it, and then the crowberry as well. That's the old Rus genus. Now I think it's Cercea. Middle of the day, very hot, quite windy. You generally don't hear too many birds wasting their energy calling at this time of the day, but we can hear quite a few. There's the rufous-naped lark, there's netterkeys, there's Cape Longclaws, I think there might even be Karoo prinias calling now. A little bit intermittent, and you might not be able to hear them with all this wind. Just one little eyeball you can see there. It's incredible how much they've grown in 2 months. Mainly down to the adults and supplying them in meat protein, the food that they've been delivering to these youngsters. And they can only deliver to them what they can find. But on a nice hot day like this, a lot of the reptiles are out. We've seen lots of tortoises, geometric and the leopard tortoises out. It's also crazy that You can drive around here when it's rather cool and you don't see a single reptile. And as soon as there's a day hot like this, it's like they appear from nowhere. They're all over the place. And almost every road we turn onto, there's a couple of tortoises around. So it's probably very good for the secretary birds on a day like this, with the reptiles being very active. And the mice and the rodents seem to become active as well. Those are the 2 food samples that I've seen them been bringing back. I think there was an odd lizard in between, but it's mainly snakes and striped field mice. This is pretty much what's available. They'll grab it and bring it back. Remember that birds are literally flying reptiles, but opposed to reptiles that are ectothermic, they need to get their heat from outside sources, birds are endothermic. So, I wonder where the adults are. We'll have to just do a bit of a scan and see if we can spot them. I'm just going to check with my binos, see if they're walking around anywhere. They're quite easy to spot, especially when they're walking out in the open, but that's generally where they do hunt. They don't really go into the thickets. Not that I've seen anyway. They walk with a real menace, and then suddenly you see them doing a little bit of a jog, and then they'll stop and start punching the ground. That's what it looks like. lots of kicks, and sometimes they jump up with a little bit of a sort of wings outstretched. And you really notice that they've got some prey. With the mice, they literally just grab it, get it with their talons, and then bend down and get it into the bill, and then they fly off with it. But with the snakes, they do need to subdue it a little bit more before they fly off with it. You have a present call of the bicycle pump bird. Sweep, 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 sweep. Rufous-naped lark. I'm quite surprised it's taking so long for the adults, but I'm sure sooner or later they're going to be here on a day like this. It's a bit of a luck of the draw. Yes, was it yesterday, BK, when we had them feeding? Was yesterday, yeah. When they came through, they had 2 mice, and that was amazing. But yeah, we just got lucky when we arrived. They were coming in. The one adult came in with something, and I think it was a mouse, and then a second adult came in with another mouse, and then we watched them pulling them apart and feeding on them. We just got to wait and see if we get lucky again. And secretary birds, when they're in flight, they are very distinctive. You can't mistake them for anything. They look like a mixture between a vulture and a stork. Very long legs, straight out the back, but then their wings, very big wingspan, plus those finger-like feathers at the end, almost like a vulture. And very big. So you'd immediately be going and looking at the different very large birds of prey, but with those legs sticking out the back, it's unmistakable. Secretary bird. So you can still only see one. The other one's probably a bit further down in the nest. It's quite a big bowl there. It's when the adults return that then they stand up, and then you'll see both of them. So don't worry that we only see one for now. It's when the adults return that we'll see exactly how many there are in the nest. This one's obviously up on the side of the bowl, because it's often that we get here and you can't see anything in the nest. So it just depends where they are situated within that bowl. obviously very well constructed by the adults. We sat and watched them before the chicks were even here. Before, I think the eggs might have been there when we started watching them though. But it was quite amusing watching between the male and the female. They used to arrive at the nest with different sticks and pieces of debris that they were using to build the nest, but there was always a discussion between them as to where it should be placed. And you would find one putting it in one spot, and then they would have a discussion, and then it would be moved to another spot, and then the discussion would ensue, and it would then be moved. And we were always pretty sure that the female always had the last decision making of the placement of the debris, as you would expect. And actually going back with the name, the secretary bird, they do say it's an Arabian sort of derivative of secrétaire, which literally doesn't mean secretary at all. It's just the word that sounds similar to secretary. But it all comes back to that sort of hunting of snakes and reptiles. But obviously the word secretary, because they're such striking birds with lovely long legs and very well dressed, you would say, that a lot of people then did liken it to the word secretary, but it's actually got nothing to do with that. En français, in French, it's secrétaire ou serpentaire. So secretary or the hunter of snakes as well. So all going back to that Latin-based Sagittarius serpentarius. And they're in a family all on their own. Sort of showing how unique they are. So Starbuck, yeah, that's a good question, because they're exposing themselves to the wind and the rain, but I think the choice is purely to be off the ground, away from any ground predators like jackals, foxes, etc. The smaller predators mainly, well, bigger predators could also target them, but it's just being out of harm's way, off the ground. And then they do seem to sort of choose quite thorny brush that would then assist in keeping them away from the likes of snakes, potentially, although they would still be able to get up through that. And so I think it's just a nice high position on top of a flat canopy or crown where they can make this lovely big bowl where the youngsters have a little bit of a nursery that they'll be able to survive in. So the secretary bird is also quite an arid species that you do find in mainly in savanna and semi-arid and arid regions. They don't have a high water requirement, and I think that they're very well adapted to the heat, the sun, not so much the rain, but because they don't have a high water requirement, they get most, if not all, of their water requirement from the food that they eat. So in terms of the nest positioning, I think it's just it's with those things in mind, keeping out of harm's way, and especially for the youngsters, when they're developing, when they're small, they could become prey to all sorts of things. So off the ground and as much protection as possible, as well as being hidden, because you could have birds of prey that also target them. Crowned eagles, we do have crowned eagles here, even fish eagles, black eagles, and any of those kind of birds could target them. I would think even a gymnogene would probably also take some of the babies and eggs if they got a chance, or they noticed them. So I think it's trying to be camouflaged, be hidden, and be off the ground with a nice enough canopy to make that big bowl that the chicks wouldn't fall out of, and that'd also be relatively safe. But I don't think the sun and the wind bothers them too much at all. They're also in a bush that doesn't flop around too much, because they're quite big birds. So a nice solid base, I think, is quite important. Smaller birds can go in little nests on branches of trees, etc., that do get blown around by the wind. For instance, we were looking at the weaver's nests earlier, but at least those have lovely nice bowls that the babies then can sort of within that bowl get thrown around, but they don't fall out of the nest per se. And I was chatting with BK, I was saying that I can't believe how successful pigeons and doves are, because they sort of randomly make nests anywhere, and you find so many eggs and little chicks that have fallen out of the nest because they just get blown out of it. The nest selection and the placage thereof, it seems ridiculous, and I'm very surprised that pigeons and doves are so successful with the random nature of their nest positionings. So yeah, we look at the positioning of the secretary bird's nest, and it's ideal. It's great, and you compare that to the likes of doves and pigeons. It's incredible how successful they are when they don't really put much thought into that at all, in my opinion. They just throw a few sticks together in the fork of a tree or anywhere really, and they start laying eggs. Maybe they just make up for it by laying more eggs. Secretary birds, generally there's 2 or 3 eggs. I think the most, and this is unconfirmed, but I think the generally 2, 3, and the most being around 4. I don't know of them laying more than that, but who knows, maybe 5. I wouldn't say that there could be more than that being laid, but it's generally 2 chicks that they do raise, and that third being the insurance policy. That's why when they do conservation with big birds of prey, and that goes right across the board from falcons to eagles to secretary birds, etc. If there are 3 eggs laid, then you very often have the conservationists or the bird or ornithologists that will come in, and when the adults are away, they maybe take that one of the eggs. If there's 3, they'll take 1, because that one is generally sort of a sacrificial lamb anyway. So then they'll take that one and try and raise it and try to add to the species numbers, as opposed to it being killed by its siblings anyway. A little bit of opening of the bill, just keeping cool, thermoregulating. So I've got a few friends that are falconers, and some of the very interesting things that I've been able to witness with them, they're very active in conservation, especially with birds of prey, falcons, sparrowhawks, eagles, etc. And there's been a lot of artificial insemination with these birds of prey, and it goes a long way in terms of adding to the numbers of especially birds that are starting to dwindle. And when they do this, there's a few different methods that they use, but the one that I've found the most amusing is they actually put on a leather hat. Now, just going back before that, when they breed birds in captivity, birds of prey, etc., they almost believe that they're a human. Even though they're a bird and they act like birds, etc., they get such a very close relationship with the falconer and their owner, if you can say that. They're never really owned, but the person that's looking after them, that they start to have that. It's such a close connection that they think they're part of the humans. So, and when they go for artificial insemination, they actually put on a leather hat, and the male, whether it's a sparrowhawk or an eagle, and it needs to be that person that has reared them, and then that bird actually mates with the hat, but it does believe that it's mating with the person, and then they obviously collect the sperm off of the hat and then artificially inseminate from there. But that was obviously quite an amusing part of the whole procedure that I thought was funny. But obviously very important for conservation, especially with these birds having their habitat destruction, etc. And there's a lot to be said about peregrine falcons being used in urban areas where there is overpopulation of pigeons. And they bring in these falconers and they target the pigeons who we had it in Pretoria when I was studying conservation, and there were actually pigeons that were defecating on a lot of the buildings, and they actually assist in crumbling of the concrete, the acid within the urine. I think it's the uric acid that starts to make the buildings crumble because it attacks the cement. So they brought in these falconers, and they absolutely smashed the populations of the pigeons. But it needs to be ongoing because the pigeons breed rather quickly. So they continue with that. But with the food then being available for the peregrine falcons, we started to have populations of peregrine falcons thriving within the urban areas as well. So that's a way of a different method of assisting with that species. They also use them around airports where it's very dangerous to have airstrikes on aeroplanes. So they brought falconers in, and they still do this around the world to eliminate a lot of the birds that start nesting on the grasses between the airstrip, etc. And in so doing, helping with the safety of transport of humans. I also use falcons, the Arabs in particular. They use them for sport, and it's normally down to the largest bird that they can capture. And I watched a documentary where I saw the Arabs. What they do is when they don't use the falcons to catch them food. Obviously, historically that was the case, but now they don't need to do that. They can get their own food, but it's still a sport. And what they do is they chase down different quarry or birds of prey, and when they catch it, they don't kill it, or they don't allow the falcon to kill it, but they just pull a feather and then they stick it in their hat, and their hat then becomes their sort of trophy cabinet, where the guys with more feathers in their hat, maybe that's where the saying comes from, and put another feather in your hat, they're the ones that are the more experienced and have the more skillful birds, obviously trained by them. But I saw one where a Lanner falcon took down a Goliath heron. I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. But then this Arab, he was obviously very well thought after, because he had a Goliath heron's feather in his hat, taken down by a tiny little bird, the likes of a Lanner falcon. Incredible. I haven't seen any secretary birds being trained with falconry, however. They generally go for the more sort of dramatic birds, and dramatic I mean in the chase that they perform. And the falcons, or if we call them the short wings, they're very dramatic because they go high up in the sky, almost out of sight. You can't even see them. And then when there is quarry, such as Franklin, red-winged Franklin or orange river Franklin, that's very sought after with the falconers, they normally chase up the quarry and then shout for the bird to chase, and the bird meaning the falcon. And I've stood watching this, and the falcon then goes into an immediate dive while the quarry is flying off in the opposite direction but low to the ground. You see this falcon diving, and it gets to such speeds that it almost sounds like an aeroplane. It's so, I don't know if it's breaking the speed of sound or what it is, but it's getting to I don't think it's that fast, but it's getting to a speed where it is making a noise just from the air passing over the bird. And then it levels off, and it's incredible how they come up behind the quarry, and when they hit it, there's just feathers. It's like an explosion of feathers. And then they run in behind it, and the falcon's got it on the ground and obviously digging in its talons, and makes the kill. And then they pick it up, they feed it only a little bit, and then they save the rest for on a day when the bird might not catch anything, then they'll feed it. So they keep it at an optimum weight for hunting. In nature, in the wild, they gorge themselves, so they'll eat that entire quarry, and then they won't hunt for a week or two. But they'll also then have to go through a period of getting fit again, because they're in that constant flux of being fit, unfit, and fat, or hungry, fat, hungry, so that's how it sort of flows naturally. But the falconers keep them at an optimum weight and feed them just enough and keep them super fit as well. So those are the short wings. The long wings, you talk about like the sparrowhawks, especially sought after around the world is the black sparrowhawk that we get in Africa, because they are such powerful birds, but they, being long wings, they fly off in nature off a branch, and they'll chase down things like guinea fowl, or even spur wings, not spur wings, the spur fowl, guinea fowl, even plovers or lapwings. But so the excitement there is that the guys actually move along, and as they see a prey, they take the hood off the bird, and immediately it flies and chases the bird down. So that they don't use the advantage of height. They literally just reel whatever they're after in, and it's incredible. You watch a guinea fowl, as soon as they get sight of a black sparrowhawk, they fly off, and they you can see the absolute fright in their eyes. They're very scared, and they fly off, and the black sparrowhawk just reels them in. It's the power that goes with those, and the acceleration from a standing or sitting start and chasing down these guinea fowl. It's incredible. So that's a little bit of sport, but in the same time a lot to do with the conservation of the birds of prey, that a lot of which are dwindling in the wild. So falconers, very important, and they do bring in a lot of those where there is issues with different birds, and then they can assist with predation of them and tackling those problems, as I've mentioned. So Aaron, yeah, absolutely. The secretary birds will eat any snake they can get their fists on or their bills into. They will catch it, they'll bring it back, and they will feed it to their young, and they'll eat it themselves. So it doesn't matter if it's a black mamba or a Natal bush snake or a rhombic egg eater. If they can find it and catch it, they'll eat it. And I've said, because of the very scaly nature or the protective layer on their legs, it's very difficult for the snakes to actually penetrate, and so it actually then bypasses the effect of them being venomous, and so they're actually pretty useless against the secretary bird. That's how well they've evolved, and they are specialist snake hunters. BK's spotted some kudu, just joining us here as well. A couple of three females.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
And the wind will probably pick up as it gets a little bit later as well. So this breeze isn't going to stop anytime soon. And if you know, this part of the country, you know, that you can expect wind. Probably the best time of the year, I would say, wind-wise, is March, April, May. Around Easter is when you have the westerly wind that generally wins the fight against the easterly, but it's a quiet win because it doesn't then howl from the westerly. It's just you start having these little westerly breezes, and it's a warm breeze. And as we start sort of heading towards autumn, going into winter, it actually makes it like a second summer, but with very little wind. So it's the best time of the year, I would say, March, April, May. Summertime, it can be awesome. I mean, even this December was great, but you can expect quite a bit of wind. And as far as I'm concerned, it can rain, it can be sunshine, but if there's wind, it's not great conditions. For me, it can be either windy or sunny or rainy. But if there's no wind, those are the days that I look for. Sometimes when it rains as well, it settles the wind, so it's actually better, especially in the summer months. So it seems lots of viewers want to know about the cheetah. Well, it seems that, I am going to go and confirm it, but it seems that the cheetah, those 3 males haven't been able to make a kill. And the conservation or the ecology guys have been in the area this morning and they've closed the zone. So I think they might be in the process of assisting them. And when I say that, they're probably going to be giving them something to pass them through this time, because I think within 2 or 3 days, those 3 cheetah could be literally on their last legs. So I will confirm it, but my feeling is that the ecological team has gone in to help. And those 3 males, I just want to talk further on that and make the explanation before anybody takes it out of perspective. They're between 18 and 20 months old, and whatever the circumstances, oh, here we go, one of the secretary birds standing up, you can see it a bit clearer. Whatever the circumstances with the losing of their mothers, it's a little bit early for them to have lost their mentor in hunting. So if they haven't learned, which it seems they haven't, enough about hunting, they can literally not have acquired the skills to do so. And I think they're at that point. So I think it's imperative that they are assisted. But it's a difficult time for them because they don't have that leader in the hunts. There is the one with a collar that seems to be taking the lead, but it's not as experienced as a mother and a fully grown adult female. So, it's touch and go, and you can see just by the prey that they've targeted that they're inexperienced. They start the chase too early. They go for prey that's too big. And they're expending energy when there's little to no chance of them taking the prey down. So yeah, it might require a bit of assistance just to get them going and to get them moving forward, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it is obviously all in the aid of cheetah conservation, so there's nothing untoward, but it's just it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation where they have lost their mothers. So we almost need to assist them in that process, and sooner or later they will then be able to hunt by themselves. But for the immediate future, it's just trying to keep them alive and give them enough calories, protein, and for them to have enough food. So regardless of what is happening, I'm just speculating. I don't know anything for certain. You can rest assured that the ecology team have their eyes on it and they'll be making the right call. So I will update you as soon as I know more. Righty, so I don't know. We'll wait here a little while longer and see if these adults appear. If they don't, we'll bumble along and see what else we can find. Anyway, while we wait, I think Nick, who's not too far from us at Keriga, has a bit more to show you.
And we've still got ourselves a lovely peaceful scene here at Keriga. Some blesbok, ostrich in the center, and some zebra. All still relatively close to the waterhole, seeing as it's so hot today. But it's absolutely incredible the amount of game that's out and about today. I mean, have a look in obviously the foreground. We've talked about these blesbok and zebra. And then even if I start to kind of zoom a little bit right at the back down there. Once I've focused a bit, there we go. You've got some eland right at the back there, even more blesbok. Tons and tons of game. Some wildebeest there as well. Oh, it's so nice to see. Everybody in good condition, doing well. You can see especially that zebra at the back, that movement of how he's walking, head going up and down. Remember, there quite often are a few botflies and things that get laid in the eggs in the nasal cavity of zebra. So these guys potentially just trying to get rid of that. Eee, ostriches chasing each other here. Oof, little sidestep. Go boy! Wow! Look at that. That's incredible. Sure. Came out of nowhere. Some serious speed by the ostrich there. Oh gosh. This other one's still displaying a little bit here. Guy's moving and shaking. He's got his New Year's resolutions. He's been practicing on the track. But ostrich are definitely renowned for their speed. Yeah, I mean, they've been clocked at going about 70 k's an hour. So they can really send it, huh? Got our zebra starting to make their way across. Looks like our white stalk in and amongst the buffalo there. Peter, thanks for the question. How many foals can be in one harem? I guess it's obviously going to be dependent upon the number of females that is in the group. One female will just give birth to a single foal. So it's really dependent. It's hard to give a specific number. In this sort of harem that we've been seeing here, there's two youngsters, but it can vary a lot. Remember, for zebras, the gestation's almost exactly a year, which is quite an easy one to remember. And with quite a long gestation like that, those foals are quite well developed when they're born. As with most antelopes, you think of your predators, your lion, your leopard, your cheetah. They've actively got to run around and catch their food, whereas for a lot of the antelope, it's a lot easier to find their food source. Namely grasses or leaves and things like that. So for a female cat, it's a bit of a burden to have those youngsters during the pregnancy or during the gestation. So it's going to be, let's call it roughly 3 months collectively for lion, leopard, cheetah in terms of gestation. It does differ slightly amongst them, but you think of a lioness having to run after a zebra or something like that with, let's say four cubs in development there. It's not easy. So because of that very short gestation for the cats, when their youngsters are born, very underdeveloped. Often they can't see for just short of a week. They can't walk for somewhere around there. Obviously it's a very sort of testing time. So seeing actual live births is almost unheard of. Very, very difficult to see that. A lot of them go into relatively thick areas. So two very different strategies in terms of giving birth. You look at some of the defenses for some different species of antelope. Impala are born with almost no scent for the first sort of 2 days or so. So one of their defense strategies will just be to sit still if there is a potential threat, and just minimize any type of movement. Obviously, when there is any sort of movement, it's a whole lot easier to spot that little zebra foal or impala lamb or something like that. And I have seen that in action before, where there were wild dog that were hunting impala, and the herd of impala got split, and this little impala instinctively knew that it just needs to just kind of sit still. And we had parked off when we were watching everything that was taking place, and we saw this young impala sit down in this slightly longer patch of grass, and 2 wild dogs came running past and stopped. No exaggeration, no more than 5 meters away from this little impala lamb. Impala lamb just sat dead still. Its ears weren't even flicking to chase away the flies and things like that. And the wild dog had absolutely no idea that there was a little impala lamb right there. And that was amazing, because it's one thing to read about all of these techniques and defense strategies and things in a book, but to see them playing out is incredible. And it's not like a wild dog's senses are bad either. They're very sharp animals. And for them to not pick up that little impala lamb that was so close by, it goes to show that strategy definitely works. You can see our buffalo is slowly starting to move around and feed again for the afternoon. Even zoomed out like this, you can see a lot of them are covered in mud, so they've had a good amount of time at the mud wallows. They've managed to cool down, protect their skin from the sun, as well as all the little parasites and things like that. And obviously for such a big-bodied animal, it's now time to move around, get a few more nutrients. It's going to be interesting to see closer to this evening what actually happens with the weather. I can't say I look at actual weather reports all the time, just because we kind of just have to deal with whatever conditions we're getting. And when I look on the horizon, I can see a few sort of biggish clouds starting to form. Let me see if I can show you here. Let me take you along on a little journey up to the sky here. I'm not too sure how well that's showing up on the screen, but you can see there's some good structure to those clouds there. And remember, in terms of evening storms coming in, you start to get those cumulonimbus clouds forming, and it does look like there's a bit of a structure, a bit of a umbrella structure almost to that there. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what happens. Talking about the potential of storms and rain and things like that, I did see the most amazing picture of a storm that was captured not so long ago. It was only taken about a week and a half ago, off the coast of off there by Durban. So Durban's been having a few storms, and so this picture depicts the clouds coming in and several different bolts of lightning. And it's just amazing. You can see the sky. I mean, the clouds have got so much character. There must be sort of 15 or so different little bolts of lightning all over in the frame, and it's taken looking out to sea. So there's a bit of sand in the foreground, and then you can see the water, and then the clouds with the lightning. And it was amazing. So the name of the game with that, in order to try and capture that, you've got to have a long shutter speed, because I mean we obviously all know how quickly a lightning bolt is, little flashes come and gone. Excuse me. So you put your camera on a tripod. You want to have a nice wide angle lens if possible, and then you want to have a long exposure, sort of 20 seconds, maybe even longer if you want, 30 seconds. You can even go up to a minute, however long you want. So you will dial down your ISO quite low. You don't want it too high, because by having your shutter speed open for so long, that's allowing a lot of light to come into your picture. So by having your shutter open for so long, it gives you such a good probability of getting several different lightning bolts in one frame. Obviously you can't do that hand hold, because you can't hold it perfectly still for a minute. So that's very cool. And then if you look at something like water, having your shutter open for so long, it smooths out the water. So obviously there's an ebb and flow of water. You think of your shore break and things like that. It'll smooth all of that out. If there's a constant shore break, you've then got your white water. It'll smooth that white water out to look like a mist if your shutter speed is long enough. If it's relatively shorter, you might see some of the movement of those waves. But it's something that you've got to just get out there and give it a crack. Just play with your settings in terms of getting enough sort of light into your picture, to ensure that it's not too dark, but also to get a good amount of sort of lightning strikes in your shot. And it's always nice to have a nice foreground subject if you can. Maybe like a nice isolated tree or something like that's always nice. That concept of the ocean and smoothing out the water, that's always going to be a winner too. So I guess it really depends what you're wanting. Yeah, you're talking long shutter speeds. Similar thing for star photography. Use a long shutter speed. Nelson, thanks for the question. Shutter speeds for bird photography, it's going to be very dependent upon the situation. For this scene here, where we've got this white stork moving in and amongst these buffalo, it's moving pretty slowly. So your shutter speed here could even be a 200th of a second. You know, it can be relatively slow. It's not like it's a fast moving bird. Let's say you've got a bird that's flying, that's really sending it. You want to capture as much of that detail as possible. You don't want any of that to be blurred. So somewhere there you would use a very fast shutter speed. So 2,500th of a second, 3,200th of a second, somewhere right up there. Crank it up. Because remember, you need to get in the field, you need to get your shutter speed right. If your picture is a little bit dark, where we are in photography now, you can put that into Lightroom and maybe bump up the exposure a little bit. But if your shutter speed is too slow, and you blur some of that movement, there's no ways that you can rectify that in post-processing. It's done, it's finished. So rather use a shutter speed that is too high, rather than something that's too slow. Don't know if you catch my drift, if I'm making sense there. You know, we just started to mention star photography. That'll be the opposite of your settings will be opposite in comparison to a bird flying. So similar to lightning bolts, you want to have as much light coming into your camera as possible. So you would leave it open at sort of 25 seconds. Anything after about 30 seconds, and remember the rotation of the Earth, those stars will start to be blurred. They're not going to be a sort of a pinpoint as it is. Remember, there's two different types of star photography. There's capturing the actual stars as you see them, and then there are star trails of where you can leave your camera open for very long periods of a time, and you can get the streak of the stars moving across the night sky. In terms of your star point, you need to have your tripod again to keep your picture nice and still. Maybe about ISO 3200, your shutter speed of about 25 seconds, and you want to have a wide open f-stop aperture of about f2.8 if your lens can go there, or f4, however your lens can go. And again there, it's always nice to have a nice foreground subject, a dead tree or anything. If you want to get really technical, you can keep those sort of nighttime settings for the stars, and then if you did have a external speed light, an external flash, you can always put that onto your camera. Remember, there's that little horseshoe bracket right at the top of your camera, and on there you would dial in separate settings for the flash to illuminate your foreground. So maybe you've got a lion yawning in the foreground or something like that. You would pop a small flash on that lion. Remember, most normal cameras, they do have a built-in speed light. It's just not as powerful as an external speed light. So your external speed light can maybe reach sort of 50 meters, whereas your built-in little flash on your camera can maybe go 10, 15 meters or so, 20 meters. And in so doing, if you can pop a little flash on the foreground, then you're getting both your stars in the background, or even a beautiful sunset, and then your lion or whatever's in the foreground there. And it's all just practice. I mean, when you talk about it and you think about it, it sounds like it's quite a demanding and daunting type of technique. But once you get stuck into it and you get the feel of it, it's not too bad. It gets a little bit easier.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
They had the previous night mentioned that they thought I could have been a rhino poacher. At the time I must have been like 12. I said to them, no, guys, I'm doing a bit of star photography here. I'm not a rhino poacher. And yeah, the next day they came and they, while we were out on game drive, came and turned the room upside down, having a look to see if there was anything suspicious. Which is good, which is really good, that the guys were on top of it, that they thought something smelt a bit fishy. Good that they check it out. I mean, with the whole poaching crisis that we've got at the moment, I think it's good that the guys went and checked everything out. Obviously they didn't find anything, but I'm not going to be forgetting that story anytime soon. Samantha, thanks for the question. I think you've got to, when you're photographing a large herd, I assume of buffalo, you've got to look at the scene and decide what you want. Do you want to depict the the size of the herd and the members of the herd, and obviously in that case you're going to be zooming out, or do you maybe want to zoom in a little bit closer and depict something about the animal, you know? Does he have a wound, or is he a cranky looking buffalo? Maybe you zoom in and go for more of a portrait type of shot. I think you've got to take the environment into consideration as well, if there's any nice sort of features from the landscape that you can incorporate. You know, if they're coming down to the water, maybe a nice reflection, you can incorporate that into your shot. Or even if there's a nice tree in the background, to incorporate that into your shot as a sort of a leading line going into the back of your picture. I think it really depends upon the scene. You can see with these two buffalo like this, when they both have their heads down feeding, it's quite nice sort of symmetry that they've got going there in terms of replication of body positions and things like that. Obviously not doing it now that I'm talking about it. If you look at this angle where we are now, even as a portrait, as a vertical shot, if I was a little bit lower here to get the buffalo in the foreground and even that tree in the background, sort of the road going across behind her above her horns is a little bit distracting in terms of it for being a photograph. Obviously here we understand they've come down by a waterhole to have a drink, but I mean, when you thinking about your shots and things like that, that might be a slight sort of distraction. You can see the rest of the herd looks like they're potentially starting to move over this way here. Catherine, thanks for the question. My favorite photo that I've taken recently, I would say it's a picture that I've got of, it's a female leopard on a quite a big prominent sort of rock within a river, and her youngster, her cub, had been hiding down in the reeds and things like that, and Mom had just come back from a failed hunting attempt, and this little cub must have then been about 3 months, 4 months, so still pretty small. And Mom was on top of this rock, and she gave that contact call to the little one, and it came scrambling up onto the top of the rock to join up with Mom, and it was beautiful golden light. And I got the moment as that youngster was just about to, it was jumping up to Mom and just about to sort of nuzzle heads with Mom. Mom's kind of just standing there, sitting up, looking very regal, looking very poised, and you can see the excitement in that youngster jumping up. There's a few reeds just on the side that are blurred out because I was using an f-stop of about f4, and it's a nice sort of dark background. So those leopards and the rock in the foreground are really popping, and yeah, it came out so nicely. I'm really happy with it. I've actually got it framed in my house. Just waiting to see this bull at the back here. On the left hand side we can just see some horns sticking out behind that female. That's one of the big bulls there. He's been doing a bit of sniffing around. You can even see his posture there, how it looks like his mouth is slightly open. He's assessing the scent of that female. Remember, there's that flame and grimace of sort of curling back that upper lip, and drawing in a breath deeply and sharply to draw in those scents, and then from there he's able to analyze what's happening. If that cow might be ready to mate, or even the condition of that specific animal. You can see there he's doing it again, very discreetly behind her so that she can't see. He's definitely not coming straight up to her at the bar and asking to buy her a drink. Plenty of buffalo still coming up from the left hand side here. At this angle where we are, we just can't see down the bottom there. There's that small dip, and that's really the sort of the entrance to the waterhole there. So there's a potential chance that they're coming up from having a drink.
Righty folks, so we decided to leave the secretary bird's nest because the adults didn't return, and so we drove all the way down the Karel Landman, which is a road that intersects the reserve itself, and we came right onto the other side. We're heading on to the western side, and just before we got here we actually saw one of the adults out in the plain foraging, probably for some food for those little youngsters, so far away from the nest, and also quite far away for us to see it, but we just saw it in the distance. Anyway, at least we know that one of the adults is out and hunting currently. And then we continued on and we landed up at Leeuwenbosch Pan, and that's where we are now. And this is only a small little water hole, and with it being so hot, there's obviously a lot of animals that want to come down and drink. Now, we did notice that there's 2 different harems that arrived here, and I think there might even be a third, and that's why I think there's a little bit of conflict around this water, because they're not part of the same groupings, and they've only got a tiny little water hole to drink from, so you can expect there to be a little bit of conflict. And with zebra, that will normally include biting and kicking. Yep, there we go, 2 in 1 that we just got from those 2 there. There was a bite and a kick. And you just keep watching here, because zebra, especially when there's more than one harem around at a water hole, there's lots of conflict. Especially the stallions that want to push off the other stallion, or any younger males as well. There we go. Big bite, and then back it goes. And it seems the hotter it gets, the more conflict there is as well. They don't seem to fight as much in the early morning or late afternoon. It's the middle of the day that I've noticed the animals are a little bit more sort of aggressive towards each other. So make for lovely photography. Sharon, yeah, well, I suppose if you are biting somebody, you are bonding with them in some way or another, but I don't think that they are sort of bonding in a good way. The biting, although you do see it within the same harem, but so maybe you're right, or maybe that is a point. They bite and bond at the same time. It just does seem a little bit counterintuitive to me, but it's part and parcel of a zebra's nature. That's what they do. They bite each other, they kick each other. But for me, the real bonding comes with them. They are quite tactile. They rub up against each other. They often stand head to toe with their heads over each other's, the sort of, not the ridge, the kloof, if you can say that, in their back, the part that drops down a little bit. They, right in the middle of their back, they put their heads over each other, and in so doing, they're both facing opposite directions, and they're resting each other's heads on each other. So that for me is when they're doing a nice cute bonding, or a friendly bonding, whereas the biting doesn't seem to make for friends. Now there's a couple of warthogs drinking as well. They're taking their gap while the rest of the zebra are fighting with each other. Looks like a mommy and a piglet. There's still quite a few zebra that are pregnant, so we're going to see quite a few more foals as time goes on. There are a few foals already, but still lots of pregnant females. We also just that we saw that one warthog with a piglet. This morning, it was either this morning or yesterday afternoon, we saw a female and male warthog with 8 piglets. So now you can just imagine how quickly warthog populations can get out of control when they can have, I think it's up to 10 piglets although 8, 9 is the most that I've seen. I think they can have up to 10, and they can give birth 3 times a year. So it's generally twice, but they can do it a 3rd time as well. And so you can imagine you could have just one couple producing 30 in 1 year. And if there's not a lot of predation, you can have those populations expanding massively. None more so than I've seen on the Pongola Game Reserve, where there were literally herds of warthog. I've never seen anything like it. But they had to eventually take matters into their own hands and start to eradicate some of them because they were overgrazing the entire plains next to the dam itself, which is the Josini Dam or Pongola Poort Dam in KwaZulu-Natal. And so that's normally as a result of there not being enough predators and keeping the numbers down. That was a kick right to the jaw. And it doesn't seem to faze them. I mean, that would probably be a knockout for a punched in the jaw like that and be out. You see, they often seem to want to be getting below the other one, and then you see they go on their haunches like that. It's the most action we've seen all morning. Next to the waterhole here with the zebra. Grace, it can indeed. It can directly be fatal. I mean, it can break a skull. But what I've seen the most is lions that get their jaws broken, because you see with that kick, it's sort of coming up, and often when lions are chasing, they get that kick during the chase, and if they hit square on a lion's jaw, and obviously, you know, they might not be going full tilt when they're doing this sort of fighting, but a little bit less aggressive than they might be when they, you know, trying to save or running for their lives with lions on them. They put everything into that, and I've seen at least it's 2 or 3 lions with broken jaws. I've seen 2 in Etosha. Obviously the lions there, they do hunt zebra a lot, and the other one I saw was on Valgevonden, so, and that's in the northwest. So it does happen, and lions, they need to be very careful. That's the biggest defense mechanism that a zebra has, and lions need to be careful because it can mean their end. And obviously if you can't eat and you're a lion, you're going to die. But I haven't seen them take on any other animals with that kick. There's not many other animals that really mess with zebra. Yeah, they might be pushed aside a little bit next to water holes. For instance, at Okukuyu, you see the gemsbok, they sort of dominate the water holes. It's mainly down to their straight horns that they have as weapons, and everybody seems to steer clear of them. But other than that, I think it's just lions that give them problems.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
They are continuously going on their haunches like that. There's all sorts of different tactics being employed here. So, and I think it's because as I thought when we arrived, there was a number of different harems all coming together here next to the water. And you always have to think, you know, all the animals need to drink, so some of the biggest areas for conflict is around waterholes and where they come to replenish their thirst. Now, zebra aren't territorial, but they do have harems, and when they mingle like this, then there is a lot of conflict. Then you have other animals that are territorial, but they still need to access water. So you have a lot of sort of territorial overlaps at waterholes, and very interesting then the conflict that arises because the animals are forced to move into each other's zones. Abigail, you are very welcome. I'll do my best to keep updating you on all the different characters that we have here on Amakhala. I have been looking for Phumelela and her youngsters. It's time for an update on them. So maybe I'll go looking for them this afternoon. I think that might be a plan. What do you reckon, BK? Most definitely, says BK. So this afternoon, I think we'll go and try and find Phumelela and her youngsters because we haven't seen them. I haven't seen them since I've been back. We've got an update on the, well, sort of an interim update on the 3 males. The ecology team are on it, so we're not allowed to in that area. I will get more information when possible, but at least we know they're in good hands. We know that the secretary birds are going all right as well, and now I think it's time for Phumelela. So stay tuned for this afternoon safari, the sunset safari coming on after the Penguin Beach. That's going to come straight after Escape to Nature, weather permitting as always. It's in Cape Town, so you never know. It's if at all possible, it's probably more unpredictable than the Eastern Cape here, but I'm pretty sure that the weather will be fine and they'll be waddling on into Penguin Beach. After that then, it's the sunset safari and we'll be heading for Phumelela. So stay tuned, keep watching for all the action. It's all live, it's not scripted, so we'll just have to see what we can find. I wonder what's going to happen in all the other different locations. Madikwe, Djuma, Kariga, and here on Amakhala, as these two now really get going for each other. We may hear some of the gases escaping as they run. Sorry about the pole. Very intent on that one, getting that one out of there. Anyway, so it's been a wonderful show. I'm sure from our side we haven't had too much going on, except for the Secretary Bird's Nest and here with the zebra, but it's been wonderful and thanks for joining us. It's been lovely having you on board, and thanks to the dam cam operators. I'm sure it was lovely at Okukoyo, at Mashatu and at Djuma, as well as at Kariga, and obviously, as always, thanks to the whole team, producers, directors, tech team and the camera operators, and thanks of course to all the viewers for tuning in. And we always have to say thanks to the wildlife, who are the stars of the show. We'll see you later, folks. My name is Ralph Kirsten. Ciao for now.